I'd like to remind you who we're approaching at this point. There's 300 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Smallest galaxy in the universe. Here's a passage of scripture. Psalm 147, beyond us, which we don't even know the end of, and yet you control it. So here today, we call on you to give wisdom to steward what belongs to you, that the people might do well. So I thank you for our council, city manager, all the staff. I pray your blessing on them here and beyond this day, that we might be blessed by you through them.
Join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor Texas flag. I pledge a flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, this one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Anthony, and good luck in your studies.
All right, Centurions.
Go Centurions. There it is. I was waiting for that. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley. Mr. Suckley is going to be participating by WebEx, so his just depends on how his Wi-Fi is working, whether he'll be able to tune in. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And I failed to mention, I think he just walked out, but Anthony is a National Honor Society student. He helped to organize the Clean Green Club, and he is a third-year soccer, cross-country, golf and track team player. So I'm sorry I forgot to mention his his accolades. So congratulations to him, and we thank him for participating in our ceremony today. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll go on to item E, which is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. We have one item today, which is a very important one on the city manager's report, and that is to highlight our brand new police training academy and the 84th Police Academy cadets who are here today, who will be the inaugural class in that academy. So we are very excited to tell you about the opening this Thursday of the new academy. It will be the city's first ever built-to-suit training academy. And since 1981, which is over 4 decades, the City of Corpus Christi Police Department has been conducting training for all our police officers who are cadets to begin with at a training facility on Corona Drive. And our own Chief Markle was there, right? It's where Chief was trained back in the day. But as you can imagine, and you'll see some footage of it here momentarily, the police training academy was too small, and really we have outgrown it. It only had 2 classrooms as example for all of our police cadets. It was very small, very outdated, and surely was inadequate for this city, the 8th largest in Texas. So with this city council and the prior in the community's vote and one of our bond programs, we have a brand new training academy, the first ever for the city. It sits on 9 acres of land at Del Mar Southside College, our Oso Creek campus, on the city's south side at Yorktown Boulevard. And the new academy is 34,000 square feet. It's a multi-level facility, including many state-of-the-art features such as crime scene and incident simulation rooms. There are 2 large classrooms that can be joined into one or can serve as one without the curtain. I think that's probably the biggest space the city has, frankly, outside of the American Bank Center. So if we ever need a big room for community engagement or some event, it's 3,300 square feet. And then there's another classroom that's 2,400 square feet that's there in the facility on the 2nd floor. There's a large tactical training room. There's men's and women's locker rooms and showers. And this sounds pretty basic, but we don't have those today. We don't have them at the current academy. There's a physical endurance room for physical conditioning and endurance training. There's an armory and a 400-meter outdoor synthetic track where our cadets will begin to run instead of on the street, which is not always the safest. So these are some pictures here you can see, and we'll talk more about Thursday where we're going to get a nice tour of it. But The facility also includes a suite or a set of offices for the officers who manage the cadet training program. There's a break room for the cadets and staff, and there's secured parking all there on site. So the city was fortunate to partner with Del Mar College. I'm not sure if anyone's here from Del Mar this morning, but they will be Thursday. In making this site the location of the new academy, we had a choice to buy land and place it anywhere in the city where there was enough acreage. But by working with Del Mar College, we saved taxpayers money because significant dollars were already invested in the site by Del Mar College. So through our work with Mark Escamilla, this just didn't happen, but we worked it, and through our work with Dr. Mark Escamilla, we were able to forego spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on land procurement. We have like $1 a year lease, 50-year lease for the site. And we also saved hundreds of thousands on construction-related expenses to include geotech surveys, site preparation, major utility installation, and entry road networks. So all that was saved for our taxpayers. So another benefit of the facility is the proximity to the college Oso Creek campus. It's right on the campus, so it enhances the connectivity and access for police cadets to continue their education. Many of the cadets are young and right out of high school, and so this enables you all and future cadets to be inspired to continue to learn and continue to get a secondary, post-secondary degree. The building was designed by local architect Turner Ramirez, and it was constructed by local construction firm Fulton Coscon General Contractors. The total cost for the facility, including the design, was $23.5 million, and the voters did approve a big portion of this in one of our bond programs. So before we show you next a video of the Academy, I did want to recognize and thank Scott Leeton. I think, is he here today? Scott, yeah, there he is. We want to recognize Scott Leeton. He is the president of the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association, and I want to recognize that we have a strong working partnership with Officer Leeton. He cares about the officers' health and stability, and so having a modern training academy that has assets like shower rooms and break rooms is something that is on his radar as it is on ours. So recently, Scott and I toured the building one morning, and he was pretty pleased with the new space, and mentioned that, you know, the police department didn't always have nice things like this, and so he's pretty fired up, and we appreciate his partnership and him being part of this. So with that, what we want to do next is show you a quick video to highlight, and this is all in advance of Thursday. We thought it'd be great to show you some of this today in a relaxed environment because we're going to see it firsthand Thursday. So right now we're going to roll the video, which is about 2 minutes, that highlights the Academy.
This Thursday, the City of Corpus Christi will celebrate the opening of its new, custom-built, state-of-the-art police training academy. The current training facility, located on Corona Drive, was purchased by the city in 1981 and can no longer accommodate the growing needs of the CCPD. This outdated space does not even allow for basic comforts, let alone support the rigorous training program our dedicated cadets must complete. The city can be proud that since 2019, we have added 55 officers to the police force, bringing the total uniformed police force to 501 officers. And now we have a training space worthy of the high-caliber new recruits who will be joining their ranks. Designed by Turner Ramirez Architects and constructed by Fulton Coscon General Contractors, this 34,000 square foot, $21 million facility includes state-of-the-art features such as smart classrooms outfitted with video walls and advanced tech capabilities, crime scene training spaces, a virtual use of force simulator, an armory, a weight room, and a Gracie certified survival tactics and jiu-jitsu training area. This building is also a testament to the city's enduring partnership with Del Mar College, sitting on 9 acres of the college's South Campus property. The college is generously leasing the land to the city for $1 a year, providing cost savings to the city taxpayer. We look forward to the celebration Thursday, where we will officially open this beautiful new police training academy, a place of learning and growth for our distinguished Corpus Christi police cadets and officers from the Coastal Bend region and beyond.
All right, great. So as you can see, this is going to be a great addition for our police department and for us to keep our community safe, to keep doing that. So the new facility will serve as a professional training environment for CCPD and local partners throughout the Coastal Bend. The chief has many networks throughout the Coastal Bend, and established police enforcement agencies will come here for recertification, for training, as well as our teammates will use it. It'll embody a sense of pride for our police family. I know I've heard that from many police officers, that when they drive by it, they're like, wow, this is something. You know, it gives them a sense of pride for being members of our family, and it will inspire next generations of police officers when they see something like that. So a building's important, we know that, but our men and women who protect us every day are even more important, and that's why they're here today. I asked them to come here. We generally speak to them either at their cadet class or sometimes at lunch with Scott Leeton, and I always encourage them to think beyond the police department, because they're part of a bigger family. They have a strong family in the police department, but they're part of the city of Corpus Christi, and the city council here today is part of that family, as is the remaining 27 departments. And so I'm glad you all are here today. It gives you a chance to be here, to be with us, to be with the mayor and council. I thought it'd be nice to introduce them this morning. Often these fine men and women train for many, many months, but go unrecognized until maybe the graduation. So we're glad they're here today. I'm going to call their names and have them stand just so they can be recognized, so the mayor and council in our community knows the 28 cadets who soon will be police officers continuing to protect us in our community. So our first person is Dario Alvarado. Dario? Yes, sir. And then, good morning. We have Kyle Ash here with us this morning. Good morning. We have Leonel Cadena. Yes, good morning. We have Melinda Chapa. Miss Melinda, good morning. We have Oscar Cruz. Yes, sir. We have Ashley De Los Santos is here. Miss Ashley. All right, good morning. We have Adam Figluisi. Yes, sir, Mr. Adam, good morning. Benjamin Garcia. All right, Benjamin, good morning. We have Devin Grisons. Yes, sir, Devin. Daniel Gutierrez is here. Danielle, sorry, good morning. Kevin Harris. Good morning, Kevin. Douglas Hawthorne. Mr. Douglas, good morning. We have Cameron Hernandez Arriaga. Good morning. And we have Arturo Laredo Gutierrez. Yes, sir. Good morning. We have Emmeline Lozano. Good morning. Paul Martinez. Good morning, Paul. Timothy Mitchell. Hey, Timothy. Good morning. We have Aubrey Manchinsky. Good morning. Joshua Manchua. Good morning, Joshua. Jessica Ortegon. Good morning. David Reyes. Nope. Good morning, David. Yes, sir. We have Giovanni Reyes. Good morning, sir. We have Nathaniel Smith. Good morning, Nathaniel. And we have Nathan Souter. Nathan. Yes, sir. Good morning. Derek Sullivan. Good morning, Derek. Jack Unruh. Jacob, Unruh. Jacob, yes, sir. Good morning. Nathaniel Velez, is that it? Yeah, Nathaniel, okay. And then number 28 is Barry White. Not the famous singer, but pretty close, right? Yes, sir, Barry. Right. So that's 28 cadets, mayor and council and community. This is great just to be able to. Thank you all for being here. At this time, we'd like to have Chief Markle come up to the podium and say a few words for us.
What a sharp-looking class. That's great. Chief Markle, Police Department. Peter said something that struck me, and it's very true, that our association, President Scott Leeton, cares very much for this police department. But I have to add that this city leadership team, this mayor, and you all council care very, very much for your public safety as a whole. I don't know of a time, and I was in that original building just a few years after we bought it. So over 35 years ago, I went to class. in that building. All 12 of us, 10 of us graduated in 1989. And I can tell you that at no time have I seen a better group come together, even though there's some dissension back and forth about how to buy and how to spend and all that. At the end of the day, all of you have come together to improve this police department and fire department. I'll speak for the fire chief. And I commend you all for that. It cannot be overstated. And I'll tell you this, that we're in a unique position. I thought it was wise of Peter to bring this class in here. He comes into every class and he speaks and he talks about the local government and investing time in understanding how local government works. Because I can tell you, when I graduated from the police department, I didn't set foot in City Hall for over 20 years. Went to work, got my keys to my unit, and all these officers will tell you the same thing. We just assumed things showed up when we need them. We assumed cars were there. We assumed we had the best equipment. We assumed everything was going to be there for us to do our job. But we're in a unique position right now with this class. You were the only ones, at least in my lifetime, that will see what we had previously to what we have now. And you'll have a unique understanding of how far we've come as an agency, as a professional agency. As I've said before, we've built a professional agency in spite of what we had, in spite of our lack of buildings, in spite of lack of investment. We've maintained a professional department. Now we have resources, now we have backing, we have understanding from all of you. You know the needs that we have, and you've rolled up your sleeves and invested, and I can't thank you enough. And now it's my job to introduce and put this young man on the spot. Hope you have a heck of a speech, because they're wanting something good. Cadet Andrew, is that right? Did I say it right? Andrew, sir. Andrew, okay. Good job. She had to pick the tallest one. Maria did that on purpose. Maria did that on purpose.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. Oh, yes, of course.
There you go. You're a little taller.
Oh, yes. Okay. I didn't really have a speech prepared or anything like that. I just would like to say that the new academy has been phenomenal. Just the space that we had. I don't know how many of y'all have actually been in the old academy doing any sort of training. We were cramped. We were pressed together. We would roll, when we would do defensive tactics, we would roll on top of each other. We would try to move. We would hit each other. And being in like a really large, actually really nice space has made it phenomenal for our training. And the amount of mileage we'll get out of that building is phenomenal.
Thank you for that. I'm going to say a few words this time. I appreciate that and all of your leadership. First of all, welcome the 84th Academy. And as has been mentioned in different ways, you are all new here, and we're welcoming you to a family, a real family, because that's exactly what this is. So we have prioritized you. We've prioritized fire. Y'all are the most important in this organization because you're the front lines. End of story. And so it is our responsibility to give you what you need. It is our responsibility not just to give you what you need, as Chief Markle mentioned, that can be done easily, to make sure you know and you feel the support from your mayor, from your council men and women. That's extremely important to me, because you have to know that from your city manager. And that's what has been happening here in Corpus Christi. It doesn't happen everywhere. Chief Markle knows that, and some of our other leadership. So be blessed and know that this council and many before and moving forward will continue to keep you a priority. And that's why this is the best place to be a police officer. This is the best place to be a firefighter, because you're part of a family. You're not just a police officer. You're part of a family. So thank you for stepping up, for answering the call, because this is certainly a call. Not everybody can do what you do, and it is very special. And you have an entire city who depends on you every minute of their lives, because when they need you, you're expected, for all the training you do, to go right into action, and that takes a very brave person. So thank you, God bless you, and we're so excited forever. The 84th is going to be the first academy in that unbelievable and beautiful facility, and that's going to be you. So thank you. I'll let some other council members say a few words. Councilman Pusley.
Well, just to echo what the mayor said, thank you all very much for your dedication, for your hard work through the training, and for choosing the career that you have chosen. This community is a growing community, and our ability to show people who are coming here or thinking about coming here that we put public safety as a high priority is very important for the growth of this community. So thank you all very, very much. And Peter, that video would be excellent for our communications director to publicize as well, so that the city gets an idea of what we've accomplished as a city in building this new training academy.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you all very much, and God bless you, and stay safe. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Y'all are such a bright light. Seeing you here and just knowing that, as the mayor has said, that how grateful we are that, you actually, it is a chosen profession. It's something that I know you don't take lightly, and we don't either as a community. So we really do appreciate the calling that you all have answered to. I am disappointed, though, that I'm not going to be able to go to your opening, because I went last week thinking that it was last week. So I'm sorry personally that I'm not going to be there, but I hope to be able to get the grand tour. And I wish you all well, and the classes after you. So you're the first, not the last, and not my everything, as Barry White would have said. So thank you so much.
That's a good one. Councilman Under.
Hard to follow that. Well, thank you all. Thank you. Congratulations to your success. We're wishing you all the safety. We'll be praying for you every day. Thank you for stepping up and being our front lines.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also going to have to miss your graduation on Thursday. I'm going to be in class that day. But I want to thank you very quickly for all the work you've already done and all the work that you will do. And please stay safe. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all the comments.
Okay. Yeah, Mayor, just want to put up just one final thing is to review real quick with you and the community, the itinerary for Thursday. So the ribbon cutting ceremony will be at the facility this Thursday at 9 a.m. And we'll have Elisa Olson, our communication director, who will be putting that video, Councilman Pusley, out. We just wanted to show it here, and we'll be sending you the link. We'll have our invocation by one of our own Antwine chaplains from the police department. The mayor will speak. I will speak. Chief Markle. Our distinguished guest is Greg Stevens, and he is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement leader, right? The director. His agency certifies law enforcement training, all officers for the state of Texas, so it's a pretty big deal. The chief knows him personally. I asked the chief, I said, let's get somebody, a good guest speaker, and chief didn't have to think too long and said, you know what, I got the perfect person. So we're glad he'll be here. And then we want Dr. Mark Escamilla, because with his partnership and work with the city, he has saved millions from taxpayers, and that's something to highlight. And we're very excited to announce that Bishop Mulvey from the Catholic Church, with this diocese here, will be there in attendance at my invitation to bless the academy. That will be one of our final things in the ceremony. And then at that point, we'll have a tour of the facility at your own pace, and there'll be, I think the cadets are going to help guide that through the rooms, and that'll conclude the agenda. So it's this Thursday, 9 o'clock. We look forward to seeing everybody there, and we want to thank not only our cadets, but the entire police department, who simply put, protect us always, and we need them. We're thankful for them. We're thankful for the protection they provide us every hour of every day, and that often goes unnoticed. So I want to highlight that today. We thank them. So we'll see everybody Thursday, and with that, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report.
Thank you, Peter. I think we have one more comment. Councilman Roy.
Yes, I just want to say that it's great to see this class, and I know the good things that you're going to do going forward. And I just want to ask this class, do you guys call cadence? Do you run to Cadence at all? No? Okay, because I was going to say, I'm like the Mike Tyson of Cadence calling, and I would have stepped up and led you guys a couple times around the track. But since you don't call Cadence, I guess I'm out of that, having to do that job. So thank you. Anyway. You might not want to see that, Chief.
Okay, that concludes the city manager's report, so thank you. And again, 84th, thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. So with that, we're going to move on. It's 11:57. We'll move on to public comment. Let's see here. So, we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as the one avenue for communication, but it's not the sole method. You can also reach out to the members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I would like to ask our City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens above for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Ms. Risley. Individuals will be called upon in the order that they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments. And you have two opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing that allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we will start with Mr. John Weber.
John Weber, Corpus Christi. Every piece of property we own, the address of those properties, all those kind of things are public information. That was a false statement. Home addresses of city council members are not public information and are redacted from requests. This email sent by Esteban Ramos to the TCEQ on April 7th, he states, I quote, "The city of Corpus Christi would formally request an extension of the time until October 1st, 2024, to submit our updated drought contingency and water conservation plan. The City Council must approve this plan before Mr. Ramos can submit it to the TCEQ. Of course, I've brought this up before, and yes, we are all waiting to see and comment on the plan. Regarding the groundwater source I spoke of last week, let's listen to a recording of the council meeting.
First phase we're getting ready to go in right now is basically a water quality phase where wells will be drilled, water will be sampled to determine the actual quality of the water. That phase costs about $735,000. That's part of what the appropriation that's on the agenda will pay for. And then once we get that report, we'll make a decision as to whether the quality is worth pursuing. The next phase would start immediately after that, go in through October. It costs about $1 million. It's actually doing some what are called prolonged pump tests to actually determine how much water you could really safely pump out of the aquifer, and also looking to make sure that you maintain that same quality of water. Again, once the report's rendered, we then make a decision as to whether or not we wanted to proceed with the development. Phase 3 would involve permitting and then ultimately into the actual construction of well fields and a pipeline to bring the water to the Mary Roads pipeline. That could take somewhere between 17 and 24 months, depending on whether or not there's the permitting process is basically challenged, whether it's contested permitting process. And the cost of permitting is about $300,000. The latest estimate on cost of construction would be about $20 million. That figure would be updated as you got to that point. So just a little summary. The phase 1 through 3 costs, and this is basically if we stay in it up to permitting, we'll basically spend about $3.125 million, including the previous expenses that SandPat has paid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Joan Carrillo.
Before we get our next speaker, can we follow up on this presentation that was just presented to us? We've not been apprised of this, so it would behoove the city to look into this. Can we do that? Can we get our water department to have these conversations?
Yes, we can. They listen to all the public comment and they'll follow up as appropriate.
Okay. And just as another comment, the park that our group adopted the water has been cut off. This is just for the drip irrigation of fruit trees that need to be kept alive. So we really do need to look at that drought exemption.
Right. Yeah, the park, Robert Dodd should be working with you, Councilwoman. So we will be educating the community on what it means to be in stage 3 water restrictions over the next 3 weeks, beginning next week. I've asked Robert Dodd to begin to look at the park's operations, to begin to scale back on some of the watering schedules. But that one there, he needs to meet with you. We know you sent an email earlier over the weekend, I believe, and so we'll work with you on that.
Just to be clear, though, I did communicate with Mr. Dodd, but then again, it was placed back to the water department. So again, it may be the drought restriction. As much as the Parks Department is supposedly over it, it really is the water department. So again, there needs to be some clarification.
Yeah, that's why they'll meet with you.
Okay,
I'll make
thank
sure
you.
Robert Dodd meets with you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just a comment. That recording that was played a while ago, I have no idea who that was or whether or not it was based on fact or fiction or whatever.
Right.
So,
well, that'll be part of our work. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't recognize the person either. Yeah.
Just a recording.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay. Susie Luna Saldana.
Ms. Carrillo, Mayor.
Oh, Ms. Carrillo. I'm sorry. You hadn't gone. Yes. Susie's next. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Carrillo.
Hi, my name is Joan Carrillo, and I'm a citizen of Corpus Christi. I'm also a member of the library board. Thank you for that. But I'm just speaking on my own as a concerned citizen. We know that the job of the librarians and the library director is to purchase books and place them appropriately in the library. So when the library board makes recommendations on how to select books or where to place them, there's nothing out of bounds, discriminatory, or unconstitutional about that. The members of the library board were chosen by a democratic process. Council members were elected, then voted to appoint members to the board to represent the public and the council. If anyone does not like the recommendations of the library board, they are free to run for office themselves or put their name in to be appointed to the board. Other than that, their voices are heard quite clearly every month during public comment sessions. However, they are not allowed to make the decisions as they were not put in an elected position or appointed. And I'm not going to say the next thing I have written here. The number of people who comment at library board or city council is also not necessarily indicative of what the community as a whole believes about that subject. There is one way, however, to gauge public opinion, and that is through elections. I would like to offer 2 maps. Do you have the maps? To indicate current public opinion on cultural issues such as these. These maps of counties in the United States and counties in Texas who voted for conservative values gives a pretty good indicator of where the majority of people stand on cultural issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Susie Luna Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. And I come before you today because I've been very disturbed about the issue of water. I know we're getting ready to do stage 3, but the lake levels should have been taken a look at way before this. I have a major concern that we put off things because we're in the middle of political season or we're not in the middle of political season. I want to make sure that you guys that are sitting up there, re-elected, are about to be re-elected, that you have the best interests of the people in Corpus Christi in mind. I know for a fact that our mayor had, before this, been against DeSalle during her at-large candidacy, and now in favor of it during a mayor's candidacy. You can do a fact check for me. And so, we need to make sure that what we want is what the people need. And what the people need is to have water. Whether you make it from one source or another, but we need water. Stage 3, people do not understand how serious that is and how it's going to impact them completely. So unless we have a storm or water coming out, I don't know what's going to happen. We can't count on transparency sometimes from the people in those chairs, so we need to change that. We need to change it with the new board that's coming on board, and we need to change it for the betterment of the people. It's time we stop playing around. I thank the city manager for really even considering the stage 3, because I know there had to be a lot of pressure put on him not to do it right now, because you're in the middle of a runoff election. You know how that's going to be affected. So I tell you, act your course and do your duty for the people, not for what benefits you. Thank you.
Mr. Zanoni, could you please give Ms. Saldana the plan that you just spoke about as early as, or as late as yesterday, and then several weeks ago, in terms of exactly what she's saying, because we agree with you 100%. Our goal is to provide waters to find water innovatively or otherwise. So we do obviously have the long-term plan, which is not that far off, but doesn't help us today, the desal plant. But if we can explain the short-term that you just let everybody know about.
Yeah, I can do that, Mayor. So we have a plan that's 4 weeks, beginning next week. It's been developed for weeks and weeks. And so we've been monitoring our lake levels. Our western reservoir, the 2 lakes there, is our barometer for water security. Today we're at 20.9% full. Stage 3, the level stage 3 of 20% is anticipated within 2 weeks. So that could be next week. It could be a few days after next week. However, our plan is this. And just as Ms. Saldana said, the community is not really sure what it means to be in stage 3 because we've never been there ever before. So for the next 3 weeks, we're going to be educating the community beginning next week. A 3-week education campaign for just general community members, all of our customer classifications, residential, commercial, large volume users. We need to educate them on what it means at these levels, what the restrictions are, how long we think they'll take place. We'll meet with groups like trade associations. Just this morning, and the gentleman's here, from the statewide and premier spa and pool association. Drew met with him to get information and advice, and so we'll be meeting with the many small businesses here. That's just one example that manage pools as a livelihood. So that takes place over the next 3 weeks, beginning next week and then 2 more weeks later. We think that probably by mid-December is when we'll be ready to declare stage 3 water restrictions.
Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yes,
but her comments were more about, attaining more water. And
Oh,
so
right.
we're
Okay.
working
Well, let
on
me get into
those.
that. So that's
Yeah.
important. So one of the reasons why we're not just jumping right into this is because what we've been working on for weeks is bringing, and we're doing it, and we're planning on even more, bringing in more water. And so the Mary Roads pipeline, as an example, up until recently only carried 43 million gallons a day. With improvements to the pumping schedule and after a pretty expensive study of the pipeline, we recognized we can pump more water through it and it wouldn't impact the pipeline's integrity. So for several months, we've been delivering 12 million more gallons through the Mary Roads pipeline. So that means we're carrying today about 55 million gallons, which is more than half the water we use through the Mary Roads. What we're working on right now, it's underway right now, is a $12 million improvement project to add more pumping and other stations along the pipeline. That'll bring another 20 million. So that means the Mary Roads pipeline within a few months will be bringing 75 million gallons of water a day, which is 3/4 the amount of water that we use here in the summertime. We're also looking at other plans to bring on even more water. We have a contractor under contract with us who's been meeting with us pretty much every day to look at groundwater sources. Right. We're working with TCEQ and our consultants there to get those permits to pump groundwater, similar to what the city did in the 80s. At that time in the 80s, we were pumping 15 million gallons a day, groundwater, 15 million. And so there's potential to do somewhere between 5 and 15. We have an expert who was here in the 80s who's working with us now who knows a lot about the wells. So that's a second source of water, Mary Roads, groundwater. We know we're working with CC Polymers on their desalinization plant that produces 10 million gallons a day. We have a meeting with them on Thursday to continue that discussion. We're also looking at our effluent reuse. Right. We discharge anywhere from 25 to 30 million gallons of effluent water from our 6 wastewater treatment plants into the bays and estuaries and ocean ultimately. So we're looking at how can we capture more of that. We know we use some of it today for our golf courses. Mm-hmm. So those are just some of the sources of water. Our big job is to communicate and educate the community, all of our customer classifications. We're doing that. We're also working with large volume professionals from industry like Exxon and Flint Hills and Valero who have volunteered resources, people, resources, materials, equipment. One of our big users has assigned 2 staff persons to us indefinitely to help us with expertise on pipeline delivery, on pumping. And the other 2 and 3 big users will probably follow suit. We have I think it's a 3rd or 4th meeting this week, Friday, with large volume users. So they're stepping up not only to see how they can minimize water use, but providing free to this community resources to help us bring on more water. So there's a lot in the works. Right. That's the message that we're saying today. We're not doing anything for any one reason. We're being very, as I said in the Caller Times this morning, very methodical in how we go about doing this for many reasons, but one is this city has never been in a stage 3 water predicament that we're about to head into, and it's with certainty we're going to head into it. We want to make sure we keep people calm, we provide a lot of good information, we protect the water sources we have, and more importantly, though, we bring on more water. Right. In the past, we didn't have the sophisticated team that we have today, led by Drew Molly. We didn't have it. And so nobody ever talked about 5 years ago about bringing on more water. In a time like this, we know we were working on desal, but already we're bringing on 25 million more gallons just through one source, that being the Mary Rose pipeline. So there's a lot in the works. We're moving forward to make sure we protect that resource and we keep our economy going. And we make sure we have water security for the future, Mayor.
Right.
So yeah, that's a summary of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Next is, yes, ma'am. Oh, Councilman Hernandez.
Just real quick, Peter. I think the point of her question was understanding the nature of checking the lake levels. As of December 1st, the Nueces River Authority will no longer be checking the gauge levels at our reservoirs. We terminated their contract with them. Is there going to be any independent review of those or monitoring of the lake levels besides our city staff?
I believe there is, and I don't know if Drew's here or not. Drew needs to speak to that, but he's managing that. But yes, there would be. There's our ability to check, and then there's an independent group that will check as well.
You think you get that information before we leave today?
Before when?
Before we leave today?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to, thank you so much for letting us know about what industry is willing to help out with, which is the pipes. But the most important thing that we could ask for them, because even if when we go into stage 3, it is still not going to require that they cut back because of the exemption. So if there could be a way of communicating with them saying, let's see what we can do. I know that they don't have to, but we've never been in stage 3. And so it's important that they recognize that if we're all in this drought together, that they participate as community partners.
Yeah, Councilwoman Campos, they recognize more than anybody the severity of this and that we have to work together. That's why they volunteered their resources with us. We didn't ask them for that, so they recognize it. They're looking to see how much can they cut back, but we need to be mindful that at some point we're talking about them laying off our workforce here in the community and impacting our community. We're working hard to make sure that doesn't happen because to cut back means you cut production and then you don't need employees punching in, reporting to work. So we're trying to minimize that because that can have not only short-term but very long-term consequences to the economy here.
I think that's just disingenuous for you to say that, but because anyway, the point I'm still talking. I am still talking here. So the point that I'm trying to make is that it is disingenuous for the city manager to continue to make these type of statements when we in fact know that they can keep the lights on just like any company can. So them, cutting back a little bit is not going to hurt our economy because their employees are employed and, whether they make 100, gallons of oil a day or 90 gallons of millions of gallons a day, it's still going to keep their jobs permanent or they're still going to keep the doors open. It's just they're not going to make maybe as much money. So
Thank you, Councilwoman, for your statements. Everybody's entitled to their statements. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah. If Ms. Campos would bother to get the facts before she makes statements like that, our industry leaders have been doing many things to cut back. Exxon came to us just a few months ago and voluntarily brought a program to us where they had cut the amount of water that they are using on a daily basis. Valero, Flint Hills, I've met with all of them. I took the time to go meet with them, Ms. Campos, which maybe you should do occasionally. And they have all made emphasis about the amount of water that they're going to cut and the fact that they have implemented programs to curtail the amount of water that they're using during this very difficult time. They realize the severity of this problem, and I'm not going to sit here and let one member of this council beat up one of the largest employers in this city without making a comment. And Mayor, I'll say again, this is out of order. We should not be discussing this in public forum.
Okay, we're going to move on. Next is ASLU. Yeah, you guys can have a conversation offline. You can make statements here because we've done that before. I have always allowed anyone to make a statement regarding a statement of fact or a question to Peter, but we cannot go back and forth. If y'all disagree on something, we have to, this isn't the venue to discuss that. Next public comment individual is ASLU. ASLU, yes ma'am.
After what Mark Twain said.
Is it Engel? Engelke. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, this is my first speech like that, so I'm a little bit nervous.
Don't be.
Hi, my name is Eslo Ingelke, and I live in Corpus Christi for 10 years already. I got married here, I got my kids over here. I love the city so much, and right now the water is the problem in our city. And I am also a participant of international group of Creative Society and ALLATRA. We are the people who is studying the climate change project, and over the decade our scientists have been studying the reasons of climate change around the world. They also have been monitoring technological progress of our world to find solutions for these problems. Creative Society is a non-profit organization. We don't make any money doing research. We do everything on volunteer basis. Doing research, our scientists found the technology which can solve climate problem, but also can help us solve problems with shortage of water. This technology called atmospheric water generator. We have interviewed producers of these technologies and created amazing documentary called Water from Air, the Path of Saving Humanity. I would like to tell you how this machine works. So this is the machine. It sucks all the air inside, and then with the heat and cooling, it makes condensation, and each drop going through the filtration. The first filtration strips off all of the nanoplastic pollution, everything from the water. Then it goes through the second filtration called carbonation. It strips off all of the bacteria from water, and then water ready for mineralization. Whenever we do third stage, then water is clean and ready to use. These machines, there are different types of machines which can be used at home for home use. They can make tens of liters per day, and there are big machines as well which can produce 100, 200, 300,000 of liters per day, and they can be used in industrial uses, fields for agriculture and so on. This machine can be used anywhere around the world, even in Sahara Desert. As long as we have atmosphere, we will be able to make water. As we know, our ocean is polluted with nano and microplastic, and we don't have technology to clean the ocean. But what we can do, we can clean the atmosphere using this technology with atmospheric water generator, and in 2 to 3 years, we can clean the ocean and pollution. Using this technology, we can stabilize climate and have less hurricanes, tornadoes, abnormal waterfalls, and so on. Using this technology, we can cut down on using plastic bottles and etc. This technology can solve a lot of problems which humanity faces today. With the climate change and temperature rising, we see a lot of moisture in the air, and that moisture can sit in atmosphere very long periods of time, which create droughts. Mm-hmm. Just little on the bottom, I guess I couldn't tell you. We have a producer of this technology, Moses West Foundations here in the United States. He was born in Georgia, and he's from Houston, Texas, was raised in there. And our participants from the United States, Egan Chulakian and Marina Ovtsanova. Egan Chulakian is U.S. lobbyist. They went to COP29 to Azerbaijan, and they presented the technology to save problem with water. I wanted to just to share this information with you guys.
Thanks, Lou. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Munster.
Mark
Minster, Corpus Christi. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to talk today, as we've already talked a lot about stage 3 and the relevance of, yes, industry has done what they've done to cut back, but they're in the situation that they are of using a high percentage of our water. The residents in 2021 from the Texas Public Water use, residential use of all households was around 20.7 million gallons a day. That would be the Inner Harbor alone, which is going to be 20 to 30 million gallons a day. So the Inner Harbor would cover all of Corpus Christi minus the industrial use. And that's incredibly relevant for the water rates. I know y'all are discussing in executive session in the industry, the issue where the city did increase their rates, which was a good thing to do because they should really be paying equal, if not more than residents. Even though they provide jobs, we just talked about the impacts of the water cycle where we get a new water source, we sell the water away, and then we're in a situation again like we are now, stage 3. And if we continue to do that, like the plan is to do with the desalination plants, we'll be in the same situation. It's the same cycle. And who can afford paying the increased water rates? Is it the big companies or is it the residents, the people who have to actually live lives and aren't a huge multinational company? And there's other ways to create sustainable jobs. It's not just oil and gas. There's jobs in conserving water conservation, or public transportation, ways that would improve people's lives and not just be for a company that's making money. And I would ask, I know HUD reopened their civil rights case, and everyone likes to just leave their house and walk around their neighborhood, go to parks, and think about the people that live there. No one would want to walk and see a big facility like that. That's in their neighborhood where they live. Everyone likes to walk around their neighborhood. And when we're in this situation because the amount of water that industry is using and the fact that they pay less, and we don't even get to know about the mediation and the settlement, they really should be paying. It's a disgrace that they're paying less per gallon, and it's a disgrace where the Inner Harbor plant should be because that's where people live. And yeah, that's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. Bob Catalano.
No. Good morning, Council, Madam Mayor, City Manager, and Councilor. All that water stuff went right over my head. That's a lot of stuff to know. But I do want to say that.
Can you state your name and city, please?
I'm so sorry. Bob Catalano, Corpus Christi, Texas. Did we stop saying the addresses? Yeah, Corpus Christi. I lost. Oh no. On a more serious note, I feel confident that this council and the city will support those new members of the police force. I have to tell you that I had 2 sons that are police officers, and one of them just said, I got to quit that. And the other one's in a big city that does not support them at all. And they just does not like going to work anymore. And it's very important that you guys have their backs when they go to work, that they know that the city has their backs. And on mine, every day he goes to work, I'm scared. I mean, my sons may go, I don't know what they go do, work in a restaurant, but when your son goes to be a police officer, you have concerns about that. With all that said, I was going to speak about something else, and I even had a bunch of pictures in my back pocket, but I happened to meet Councilman Roy out there, and I did talk with Coach Dodd about one of the issues I had on the beach there. So Coach Dodd said, let me take a look at it. So I won't even be bringing that in front of you today. While I'm here, I really don't have much to say then, other than the fact that the beach, North Beach, has no beach left. I'm sure you are aware of that. There's just, due to this unusual high tide, I don't know, I've been there for 25 years, I've never seen the tide so high, and it's just, there's no beach, it's all water up to my house. And there's some concerns, but that's nothing you guys can do about it. I mean, but it's a funny thing, I turned over some papers from city meeting minutes from 67. And guess what they were talking about? I had the 3 homes that I own on the beach. the three people, the residents were here posturing council to, guess what? Fix the drainage on North Beach 60 years ago. So don't feel so bad, you guys. I know you're doing the best you can. Anyway, I appreciate you all, and Todd took the steam out of what I was going to. You were going to get a good dose today.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. Adam Rios. There you are.
I don't see any lollipops.
Adam Rios, Corpus Christi. It's weird not to say my address anymore. I want to start by reading this quote, and I'll explain a little more to it, because usually I'm talking about skateboarding. This sort of applies to skateboarding, but I think it's a bigger message, especially given the fact that we are in election year. It's not the naysayers who count. It's not the person who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done it differently. The credit belongs to the person who's actually in the arena, whose face and body are marred with sweat, blood, and dust, who strives valiantly, who comes up short again and again and again, who in the end may know the triumph of high achievement, and who, when he fails, does so, but does so daring greatly. It's an old quote from Roosevelt, and I wanted to talk, it talks about the arena and this and that, and it sort of applies to skateboarding, but I'm kind of going in a different direction with this. As a Native American, I gourd dance, and a gourd dance is something that traditionally starts off a powwow. It's a dance that lasts anywhere from 1.5 hours to 2 hours long. And the purpose of the gourd dance is traditionally it was to soften and bless the ground so that it would be spiritually cleansed, so that anybody who came into the arena would come into a positive environment. I know people say things differently, they communicate differently, but could you imagine if, as a gourd dancer, I was stomping the ground and pointing a finger at it and yelling at it and being so negative by pointing out everything that's going wrong? How could anybody expect to dance positively in that environment? So I am unapologetic in the fact that I'm positive. I get messages sometimes, why are you this way? Why are you so nice? I love that I can shake each one of your hands, and has done so on my own, independently. I love that we can find common ground. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody does, but how good would the arena be if all we did was point fingers and talk negatively towards each other? It wouldn't. Who'd want to dance in that? So I know that there's still runoff elections going on. We're going into a new council. This will be, since moving back, the third phase of councils. But I've been friends with pretty much everyone, and I don't apologize for that. And I love that people who have been negative with me come up to me now. Hey, maybe I should have taken a different approach. I feel now why you go up there and you're positive and you try and come up with solutions. And I wish more people would do that, because we get so much further done in this community when we have civil discourse. It's a simple concept. And anyway, just a life lesson from an old skater like me, but I hope the public listens. Thank you all very much. I appreciate each of you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Nancy Vetta?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Dr. Nancy Vetta. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, and in fact, I'm a fourth-generation Corpus Christian. My maternal great-grandmother was born here in the late 1880s, so we're settlers here in Corpus Christi. And I'm also a 39-year educator. And I'm here to support Alice Upshaw Hawkins to be reappointed to the library board. Why? Well, Alice and I taught at Roy Miller High School, and we taught all sorts of literature. We even taught pieces of the Bible, because that has a lot to do with English Lit. And we always encouraged our students to get involved in whatever way they could possibly get involved. And I think that's where what we're talking about with the library board. I'm also regional director for LULAC that encompasses 10 counties in this area, and a member of the NAACP, and as such, I think that on our library board we need diversity. It's politically incorrect, I think, to load a committee, a community committee, with just a certain opinion. I think we need varied opinions. In fact, I think Mayor Paulette Guajardo said that today when Mr. Pusley and Ms. Campos were talking, or arguing, I should say. And so I think that Alice Hawkins has dignity. She's important to our community. She's a great teacher. She still teaches at Del Mar College. And she needs the benefit of the doubt. What happened maybe was a mishap. Maybe it was a mistake. But we know that in the past, this city council has overlooked people who have served in political offices and appointed them to boards anyway. I know that many times we say, well, that's the rule. But we know that sometimes there can be exceptions to the rules. And I think that in this case, with Alice Upshaw Hawkins being the first African-American to serve on the Corpus Christi Independent School District Board, she deserves better. She deserves better treatment. I think you would want that for anyone who is part of your team, politically or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. Peggy Duran.
Mayor Deanna King also.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was.
No, ma'am. Yes, she is.
She is. Okay, Deanna, you'll be right next. Right next.
Hi, my name is Peggy Duran, and I'm also from Corpus Christi. And I think Nancy and I must be on the same wavelength because I came here to talk also about our wonderful libraries being such fine public assets. Since this new board has been appointed, we've been hearing really overheated arguments about pornography, book placements, policy. Can we keep things simple? Could we please not change the current policy? Trust our very highly educated librarians. Our libraries are beautiful, welcoming learning spaces. Anybody who's been in them knows this. Let parents monitor their children as they see fit. Do not waste our scarce resources on untested systems that may complicate and possibly even hinder access to the books. As to the library board, I'd like to offer two possibilities. The first, let Alice Upshaw Hawkins maintain her position as a repeat CCISD and library board member, as well as the president of our League of Women Voters Corpus Christi area, as well as a professor at Del Mar College. We have an experienced and generous volunteer. Let her be grandmothered in. However, if the newly discovered rules demand the change, at least reappoint one of the three former board members who were so cavalierly dismissed last year: Vicky Natali, Candy Hart, a librarian herself, or Pooja Binding Navali. Finally, I ask that the council request that the library board turn its attention to their fiscal responsibility so that hours and activities can be increased for the benefit of all of our library goers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Duran. Deanna King.
My name is Deanna King, and I represent the local NAACP. I'm vice president, but I'm bringing a message on behalf of President Coleman. He states, "Dear Mayor and Council, I want it to be known on record that the NAACP, both our local, state, and national office, appreciates the Mayor Guajardo, Councilman Hunter and Councilman Dr. Klein for speaking with us regarding the issue around Alice Upshaw Hawkins and her appointment on the library board. Most importantly, diverse representation on city boards is not just a matter of fairness, it is essential for health and progress of our community. Embracing diversity ensures that a broader, more inclusive perspectives contribute to decisions that better serve all constituents, enhancing trust and unity. The city ordinance section 10.2.1 was in place prior to the city council approving her seat on the library board. In addition, this section of the ordinance was in place at the time her original application was filed in city secretary's office and approved by the city council. The National Association of Advancement of Colored People and LULAC request the following informal letter and have not heard back from the city secretary's office. The NAACP and LULAC request a meeting with the city secretary regarding the removal and application review process. We have not heard from the city secretary's office as of today. In addition, we're requesting this matter to be investigated by the mayor and city council as to why these two minority individuals were removed without council action, and most importantly, who initiated such memorandum of termination. All resolved is that Alice Upshaw Hawkins be reappointed to the library board at the next scheduled board appointments. Our mission is to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and the economic security of Black people and all persons of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. And that concludes our public comment period. So at this time, we are going to go on to item G, special consideration items 2 and 3. Item number 2 is a one-reading ordinance canvassing the returns of the November 5th, 2024 general election to elect a mayor and 8 council members, and of the special election for the adoption of 4 propositions for bond 2024 and 2 propositions for sales tax reauthorization. So the results of the general election are as follows. For mayor, Joshua Frederick came in with 4,554 votes. Isabel Ariza, 11,058 votes. Paulette Hardo, or me, 46,759 votes. Michael Hunter, 33,966 votes. John Calcusick, 848 votes. Anthem Powers, 949 votes. Councilmember at large, Rachel Caballero came in at 18,048 votes. Robert R. Reyna, 7,987 votes. Jennifer Gracia, Jim Klein, 23,327 votes. Jennifer Gracia, 15,973 votes. Carolyn Vaughn, 32,974 votes. Mark Scott, 31,336 votes. Sylvia Tryon, 9,110 votes. Roland Barrera, 24,450 votes. Javid Matagi, 8,760 votes. Larry Elizondo, 19,717 votes. Councilmember District 1, Anthony Aquino, 2,174 votes. Everett Roy, 3,916 votes. John Garcia, 2,271 votes. Eli McKay, 1,249 votes. And Billy Lerma, 3,393 votes. Councilmember District 2, Ben Molina, 7,487 votes. Sylvia Campos, 9,141 votes. Councilmember District 3, Eric Cantu, 10,245 votes. Albert Carrillo III, 4,362 votes. Councilmember District 4, Eric Magnuson IV, 2,427 votes. Kaylin Paxson, 8,021 votes. May Nardone Mendoza, 4,406 votes. Dan Grimsboe, 2,503 votes. And Councilmember District 5, David Benya, 9,565 votes. Gil Hernandez, 11,137 votes. The City Council accepts and approves the returns for the general election as received and canvassed, and declares that the following persons are declared elected and may qualify for the office indicated. Council members at large, Carolyn Vaughn, Mark Scott, and Roland Barrera. Councilmember District 2, Sylvia Campos. Councilmember District 3, Eric Cantu. Councilmember District 5, Gil Hernandez. The following persons did not receive the number of votes required for election. The candidates with the highest and second highest number of votes were hereby certified for placement in a runoff election as follows. Mayor Paulette Guajardo and Michael Hunter. For Mayor, Paulette Guajardo and Michael Hunter. Councilmember District 1, Everett Roy and Billy Lerma. Councilmember District 4, Kaylin Paxson and May Nardone Mendoza. The results of the special election are as follows. The City of Corpus Christi Proposition A, or Streets. For was 67,453 votes. Against was 31,542 votes. The City of Corpus Christi Proposition B, Parks and Recreation. For was 61,143 votes. Against was 37,488 votes. City of Corpus Christi Proposition C, Public Safety. For was 73,150 votes. Against was 25,404 votes. City of Corpus Christi Proposition D, Cultural Facilities. For was 58,340 votes. Against was 38,742 votes. City of Corpus Christi Proposition E, Streets, Arterial and Collector, and Recreational and Community Facilities. For was 51,813 votes. Against was 43,715 votes. And last, City of Corpus Christi Proposition F, Citywide Flood Control, Drainage, and Coastal Resiliency. For was 64,961 votes. Against was 31,023 votes. A majority of the qualified voters in the city voted for Propositions A, B, C, D, E, and F. Therefore, the City Council hereby finds and determines the 6 propositions carried at the special election. I will now entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. We're going to have a roll call for this particular item. Ms. Huerta.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Aye.
Campos. Hernandez. Oh, he stepped out. Okay. Absent. Hunter.
Aye.
Klein.
Aye.
Pesley.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Suckley is absent. Mayor Guajardo.
Aye. Councilman Hernandez is here.
Would you like to vote, sir?
Yes.
All right. Aye. And for the record, Mr. Hernandez votes aye. So the ordinance is approved.
Mr. Suckley is absent or he's online?
He's had difficulty connecting, so at this point he's not connected. He's not online with us.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go to item number 3. This is a one-reading ordinance ordering a runoff election to be held on December 14th of 2024. Is there a...
So I do have a PowerPoint presentation, just really briefly to discuss with the council. So as the mayor stated, we do have runoffs in the positions of mayor, District 1 and District 4. And the candidates are listed, and as she stated already. So early voting for the election will take place Monday, December the 2nd through Friday, December the 6th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Monday, December the 9th through Tuesday, December the 10th, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And listed there are the polling locations for early voting. We do have 13 of those. Election day voting is Saturday, December the 14th, and it's from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The election sites are listed. You'll notice the sites 1 through 12, those are the same sites. They also appear on the early voting list, with the exception of Nueces County Courthouse. It cannot be used on election day since it's a central counting station. The last 3 sites in bold, those are election day only, so those don't appear on the previous list.
So 1 through 10 is the whole time. Sorry.
Can you go back?
I'm sorry, 1 through 12 are sites, they appear on the previous list. So they're going to be used for both early voting and election day.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And I also have a map here that represents that as well. So you'll see most of them are green, because if you look on the legend, early voting and election day, so they're going to be used for both. And then we have the election day only sites, and the courthouse is, of course, an early voting only. Okay, so that concludes our presentation.
Okay, Ms. Huerta, thank you. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 3? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. I believe we had a motion, Councilman Pusley, correct?
Yes.
Did we had a second? Please submit your vote. The motion carries. So next, because we are going to break for lunch right at 1 o'clock, but Mr. Culbertson, does this give you enough time? All right. We're going to have our Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation quarterly update.
Hi, Mike Culbertson from your regional EDC, and it's good to be here. Thank you very much. I was riding around, somebody was showing me around, and they were talking, and a guy asked me, what's your definition of economic development? And do I have a one, or just say next slide? Oh, you can give it to me. And I told him this, and he said, that is correct. He was a city planner, been a city planner for 40 years, and he understood that the only way we can increase the wealth is by bringing money in. So think of, we have a picture of CCAD. We don't really usually think of CCAD as a primary employer, but I mean, they bring millions and millions of dollars into our neighborhood. They're going to pass around our economic trends. We don't claim to create these numbers. In fact, if you take a look at it, you should all be on the distribution list. In fact, when you take a look at it, you'll see where we got it from, so that you can get the same. But I think it's important that we have a place where you can get a lot of information. So let's talk housing real quick. Housing, you can see median prices are getting, active listings are going up, but because houses are staying on the market a little longer. And you can see that days on the market is 68. Months in inventory. Months in inventory is just how many listings they have divided by how many they sell in a month, right? Your house isn't on the market for 6 months. As somebody who sold 5 houses in my time, of course I was in the military, and we've moved, my wife and I, we counted them up one time, it's 18 times we've moved. 3 months is too long to sell a house. It's just terrible. But we're doing okay. This is sales tax. Sales tax is, I just kind of want to caution you. You see a lot of red numbers. A couple of them, Portland, Robstown, I mean, they're just slightly below. We highlighted City of Corpus Christi. In a time of rising inflation and rising prices, you will see the curve of growth start to flatten out. Even though we have higher sales tax, we also have higher prices. So you could sell the same 100 items and your sales tax would go up. As the Fed is cutting rates in inflation is going down, that is only going to help all of this as we start selling. One of the big things that we have to watch out for is once inflation can get too high, then people will quit buying. And that really becomes a problem. So sales tax is still strong for the city of Corpus Christi. Employment, you know, we hit 200 finally, and we've been staying there. We've been going up. Mining, logging, and construction is up 4%. And let's see, we have another one that's way up. And education, health services. Education, you got to be careful. ISDs and Del Mar and Texas A&M are in the government. They're not in this education. Okay, this is healthcare, but we're doing well and we're growing. Unemployment, I got to tell you, I'm not really sure what happened in June, July, and August. And it hit everybody, and now we're back down in September. Now, this isn't the election things that we see happen around elections, you know, where things start going crazy, and they give us numbers, and then they restate them. I'm 67. I'm old enough to know that, you know, that we start doing numbers a little crazy around election time, but you can see we're getting down, and we're 4.4. We actually stay right around 4%. 4% for Corpus Christi is really full employment. This is the one that I'm really happy with. You can see the seasonally adjusted. This is the dollars per hour that we get, and you can see we have lagged Texas forever. And in fact, the Dallas Fed chair, she came down here, and she was talking about how happy she was to see that Corpus is finally getting up to where we were. And I bet if we took that graph all the way back, you would probably see it's from 1988, right? When that oil hit, they started closing down headquarters downtown. They either moved to the refineries or they moved to back to headquarters where San Antonio or Houston. So it's been a long slog to get up there. And the way you do that is to get these high-paying jobs into the mix. Because when these people come, other businesses follow. That's what I'm talking about. I won't say the name, but I live in another town, and when I moved there, we had 4 restaurants and 2 hotels, and one, which is a great partner in this craft training. When we get into the more technical ones, as we're doing with hydrogen and wherever else that new energy is going to come from, we start talking with Texas A&M. This is one of the things we're really leaning into, is the ability to get manufacturers together and bring. We had a manufacturing day. This is our 3rd annual. We have I don't want you to forget that we do Type A. I personally have been doing Type A since 2010, and when the city closed down their EDC and gave it over to us. And take a look at the things that are coming out of 145 million, and this is new jobs, the 363. Not only that, you get the civil and industrial, you get craft training, you get process technology. This is huge for us. And you have the ability to have a professional group come through. We do analysis on them. We do backgrounds on them. We help with the craft. We work with city legal on contracts, and we do compliance. We do compliance right now on 33 different incentive agreements through both counties, to Del Mar, got a drainage district in there, the city, we have 380s, we have a lot of things that we keep track of. And that way the public knows that if somebody gets an incentive, that they did what was required. And if they don't do what's required, they do not get the incentive. So I want you to be feel very good at night when you actually vote for an incentive, to know that somebody comes up behind them, knocks on their door and says, okay, show me this. We're really looking hard at trade shows. We're with the unmanned aerial vehicle, which for those of you who haven't been to A&M lately, it's the ARI, the Autonomy Research Institute. We work with the city for MRO, maintenance, repair, and overhaul in the Americas. They come with us. We talk to CCAD. They can't really participate, but Del Mar is always there. And we have the Hydrogen Summit. Hydrogen kind of sat for a while, right, before the election, and we're still not really sure where it's going to go. Whether there's going to be, I don't think the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, I'm not going to argue the title with you, but it provided incentives for green hydrogen for carbon capture. We're not sure where the new administration will go with that. And so everybody's kind of in a holding phone right now. This is our pipeline. We're really pushing, and we have a new contract with a lead generation company to find these other ones, to find these smaller manufacturers that in the Navy, you know, you call them hotel services that don't use a lot of water, don't use a lot of electricity, but there's not a lot of jobs. But they can find a place, you know, in our infrastructure and be able to make their goods and to send them out. Of course, to be here, you really need, you know, are you going to need the port for raw materials? Are you going to need the port for outbound? We have 3 Class 1 railroads, BNSF. Now CPKC is because KCS was merged, and of course Union Pacific. And this is, I think, one of the most important things is that is the taxable value. These are values that are projects that we had worked that's in City of Corpus Christi or in an industrial district and pay an industrial district agreement money. You can see there's a huge jump in 20 years because at 2030, the end of the agreement start kicking up, and the ones over in San Patricio start paying a lot more. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your investment. Okay, I don't want to be the nephew that gets the birthday card and doesn't call. You're important to us, and there are things that we can do, that we can help, that we are more than happy to pick up the phone and answer any questions you can. And if we don't have the questions, we'll get it, and you'll know that we'll work really hard to get you a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culbertson. We appreciate your briefing. We do have a couple of questions or comments. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Culbertson.
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to that slide, my laptop's not working, but on the comment of the hydrogen jobs, is that future jobs or is that current jobs?
Future jobs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you able to elaborate where these are coming from, or?
Yeah, so in a hydrogen project, what you're going to see is an electrolysis stage where they're just cracking water. This is green hydrogen. You will see actually half of them are going to be electricians. And, you know, we've talked with Del Mar, we've talked with Craft Training, we've talked with IBEW. They're members of us, you know, and we talk all the time about where are we going to get electricians. And the rest of it is just what you would see at any of the larger manufacturers for liquid, how they process the hydrogen. There is a blue hydrogen, which you can either make by, there's a lot of them. You could crack natural gas, which the refineries do already, right? Refineries make hydrogen in SMRs, steam methane reformers. And on there, you would capture the carbon and sequester it somehow or reuse it. In fact, this council approved a 380 for net zero for Infinium. And what they do is they take carbon from the refineries, make green hydrogen, and combine that and make an avgas, an aviation fuel. And this aviation fuel, they call it an e-fuel, but it's just fuel. I mean, you can put it in the same plane, you can put it in the same tank, put it in the same pipeline that goes to DFW, and use it. So
it's being done with existing companies now. That's what you're saying?
Yes. But the hydrogen ones that we're talking about are projects that we are working on currently to try to bring here.
Okay, well, that's all I had for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Klein.
Mike, thanks so much for the presentation. I just need clarification, kind of on the same slide. There's a mention there of 363 jobs. I just want a clarification on this. At the top of the page, it gave a time frame of 2010 to 2024. I'm assuming that 363 jobs were not over 24 years or 14 years, but rather over, is that just in 2024 or 23?
Which one now? I'm sorry. Is it this one or?
I think it was the one we were just on a second ago when Sylvia was speaking. This one, one back. That right. So in the middle of the page, that's 363 jobs, new jobs created. What's the time frame there within which those 300?
That was the time when they were under the incentive agreement. So it's since 2010.
Okay, so it is over 14 years.
Right.
Right. Okay, I just want clarification on that.
And in fact, we don't track them after they get out of the incentive program. So there could be a lot more on.
Right.
Yeah, that might be a thing where we could go back and see. That'd be interesting.
Right, right. Something else, and this was not part of your presentation, I just had this question, I got this from a couple of constituents. I hear a lot of things, that there's industries that want to come into Corpus Christi here. I'm hearing numbers like 40 different industries that want to come into the area here, or 80 industries that want to come into the area here, that they're waiting to see if they have available water for that sort of thing. Water's a big issue right now. Are you hearing this as well? Are those numbers numbers that you're hearing as well, or is it something different than from what you're hearing?
Yes, I am. I was at a TEDC conference in Austin, and it was interesting because they said that the Triangle, Dallas, and you know, when they talk Triangle, they're talking Dallas, Houston, and needs to invest something like $156 billion to get the water that they need. And I raised my hand, I go, you know, we're talking about desal, and he goes, yeah, fine. Yeah, they're not thinking about us, they're thinking about the Triangle. Mm-hmm. So not everybody has water. I mean, unless you're gonna be in Houston where they can put a hole in the ground and suck water out, everybody's having that problem, and they're seeing that. We are pushing hard for companies to use less water. We're trying to recruit companies that use less water. So yes, we've heard that.
So the 40 or the 80 or both?
No, what's that?
So I've heard stories that got 40 industries trying to come into the area here, waiting,
no,
or
it's
80
not
industries.
It's not that high. We juggle probably 12 to 15 projects at a time, okay. And you know, it's a big funnel. You don't get selected. You're just the last one who gets thrown out of the funnel, right? Because well, we don't like that. Doesn't have a rail. Doesn't have, you know, we don't like working with this person, you know, or this. We need port. We need, you know, a dock. Yes, but I will tell you that's a shared problem.
So 12 to 15 is something more reasonable number from what you're hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And one last question as well. I mentioned this before. I didn't see this, I guess, in the report here. You did mention, I think, briefly healthcare jobs. Is your organization doing, I guess, what is your organization doing to help kind of either recruit or kind of retain healthcare jobs? We have a real problem, I think, with medical professionals either not staying in the area here or just simply trying to attract them here in the first place. It's become a real problem just in the last 5 or 6 years now, from what I understand.
We get involved when somebody asks for help and trying to figure out the economic impact or things like that. We do not. Oddly enough, medical is not a primary job. Mm-hmm. You would think, well, Driscoll is, right? Because they bring people here. But no, we don't. We have, you know, we've had Spawn on our board. We've had CC Medical on our board, CC Medical Center on our board, and we certainly try to help, but that's really not where we are.
Okay, I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
And we have one more comment, but Mike, I just want to clarify. So the 12 to 15, the companies that are looking, it isn't just because of water.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, we have not had people go, well, you don't have water, we're gonna leave.
That's not the reason.
I have not had that conversation yet. I've had people worry about water, and you know, we meet with Drew and Peter. I mean, you're the regional water provider, so nor do we tell them, oh, everything's going to be okay. You know, either. You know, we in fact let them hear from the city to ensure that they have what the city believes is going to happen.
And there's multiple different things these companies or corporations or what have you, multiple things they need in order to make that. It isn't just the water.
Take a look at headquarters. Headquarters, one of the first requirements is having an airport with 35 different destinations. So, okay,
right.
Pass.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, on the page that you have, business attraction and trade shows, you have the Texas Nuclear Summit, so I just want to make sure that you're not actively pursuing a nuclear power plant here in this area.
The governor's office has a task force that's doing that, and we're trying to figure out what all that means. So we had somebody up there yesterday at that. So.
Okay, so from what I understand, it's not going to be the large plants like you have in Bay City.
No,
it's going to be more small scale package.
Small modular reactors.
Modular, right?
Yes, sir.
So before we, since you had it on your.
Before I put 4 Mile Island.
Just want to make sure you're clear on what you're, that you're not actively looking for something along those lines.
Right.
Or else we'll get questions on it. Just there. Also, when you talk about hydrogen, are you talking about ammonia or are you talking about something else?
Well, we're hoping that it would be something like hydrogen, and it's how you transport hydrogen. Right now, the easiest way to transport hydrogen is add a nitrogen to 3 of them and make it ammonia, and it's liquid at room temperature. They're talking about the port, when they filed their hydrogen hub, had a ammonia distillation in the inner harbor, so that we could make hydrogen, move hydrogen, and then have it there, and then have it go right on to the ships and go out. But depending on where you are, there's ammonia. There are also smaller ones that are looking to move hydrogen in vessels. Pressure vessels, by truck. There has been one company in Japan that has successfully done liquid hydrogen. I will tell you, the Europeans would rather have that instead of trying to undo ammonia. They can just put it in a building even less, a one-story building that's not even the width of City Hall, turn it into, just hydrogen and put it into pipelines. So.
Okay. In terms of economic things, we have the Tianjin Pipe Company that I don't think has fully activated their entire, production. Can you give us a little heads up on what's going on there?
Now, who's that? I'm sorry.
Tianjin Pipe Company.
Oh. Well, so we did the last compliance we did on them was a year ago, and they had invested everything that they said they were going to, but they did not complete phase 2, which was the actual making of the pipe. And right now they are at less than 50 employees, and they're basically threading pipe. They get an offer, they bring green pipe in, thread it, and send it out. So that's what it is right now, as far as I know.
Okay, and a lot of the construction and infrastructure or business you brought in have mostly ended up in San Patricio. Is there anything that you have for us in Nueces County?
Well,
or you don't have to be specific. Just
the port is looking at the inland port, so that really helps. We actually have a couple that we'll talk about later that are looking, actually one in the city and one in the industrial district. So a lot of those, were large tracts. I mean, Steel Dynamics was 2,400 acres. Gulf Coast Ventures was 1,289 acres. So that's one of the problems. Anytime we start looking for a site and it says Mike Culbertson descendants et al., you know there's going to be a problem. There's going to be somebody who doesn't like each other and somebody who disappeared. So
Okay.
it becomes difficult getting parcels together.
Okay, last question. I noticed you mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act, and some of that included some carbon capture stuff, but I didn't see any of that in your presentation. Is that pretty much going to go away?
No, I think that will stay. It's, you know, you have the one down on the King Ranch. There's Texas had a lease off the coast here. And they're about to award that lease, so it's not public yet. I think that is the best way to get and lower our carbon that we can see right now, because we can do it right now and lower our carbon footprint. And, you know, if we're going to do this 2050 carbon neutral or whatever, we're going to have to do something like that by that time.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, Mike, what's the end usage for the hydrogen product?
Hydrogen can be used as a power source. There are countries that have, say, 600 megawatt coal plants that they will never take offline because it's so much of their base load. But if they inject 30% of the hydrogen for the heat, then that cuts 30% of the emissions. They're talking about fuel cells. The Sierra Club is supported making of hydrogen for fuel cells to be put in cars and other places that, you know, you need, especially remote power. So those are the things. A DRI, something like ArcelorMittal, could do that by injecting hydrogen in a certain part of theirs and cut their emissions.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of the overseas usages, and the U.S. is a little behind on that. And, you know, they pushed a big program on the West Coast of using hydrogen to fuel automobiles and trucks. And there was a very good article the other day that basically said that's pretty much been a failure because of the cost.
Yes.
And I just hope we keep an eye on that, because before we bend over backwards giving all kinds of tax breaks and whatnot to something that may or may not be successful, we need to know a lot about what they're going to do with their product.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Mike, you mentioned a company earlier that ships, so liquid hydrogen is negative 400 degrees or something like that?
Yeah, it's a Japanese company. It's Fuji or something.
Okay.
Fuji.
Are they successful?
Yes, they were.
Does any council member would you like to pull any individual items for consideration? Items 5 through 19.
7.
Item number 7. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 7. 19 is item number 7 and item number 19. Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So the council is going to go into executive session on items 21 and 22 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.087. We will return at 2:15.
Legislative agendas. Today's presentation on November 19th will allow for a council discussion on priorities prior to council's vote on December 3rd on a final proposed resolution. So, let's start with what is the legislative agenda process. Every even number year, the council adopts a federal and state agenda. It's important to note that for the past 10 years, Corpus Christi City Council has adopted our agenda around this time. The reason is twofold. Pre-filing of the department met with council members to discuss legislative priorities. We spent significant time talking with individual department leaders and how laws and rules impact city operations. We did participate and briefed council subsequently on the development of the Texas Municipal League's priorities. And we also monitor other entities in the region, including the Port and Nueces County, et cetera, to identify what their priorities are. One of the priorities for the layout of the agenda, in my mind, is ensuring that the resolutions are straightforward and to the point so that they're easy to understand. This includes council staff, our consultant teams, as well as the community. Therefore, you'll council staff, our consultant teams, when engaging on behalf of the city on specific bills or administrative rules. And so we do a fair amount of the latter, that being administrative rules, when the legislature is not in session for the year and a half they're not in Austin, and as those agencies are developing rules following the passage of bills. Lastly, one principle to keep in mind is the limit that IGR staff and our consultant teams have to engage on every single issue. The congressional legislative process will demand the city play a fair amount of defense as bills will be proposed that may negatively impact city operations. It's one of the fundamental reasons why we have endorsements as the final section of our resolutions, candidly, so they don't need to be 30 pages long with every possible policy issue. It's also why we endeavored to keep the resolutions limited to city or community issues acutely impacting Corpus Christi, and don't load the resolutions with a seemingly endless number of priorities, especially if it requires time vetting, drafting, and then obviously passing those initiatives. So the way that we've broken up the presentation today is we're going to start with the federal agenda before jumping into the state agenda. And so prior to that, I've asked each of our teams to present a snapshot of the political situation in Washington, D.C. and in Austin. We're going to start with our team in Washington, D.C. The City Council is probably well familiar with Larry Myers, who's represented the city since 1995, as well as a number of other interests in Corpus Christi, and so is well familiar with the issues mayors and councils for the city of Corpus Christi have dealt with. He's since joined a firm, Hans Scarborough, and today we have David Poor, who's a partner with the firm, and Jennifer Shepard, who's a legislative consultant. Jennifer Shepard is also the executive director of the I-69 Alliance, of which the city of Corpus Christi is a member. And so any one of these individuals may work on issues, city-related issues, depending on that specific issue and their own expertise. So with that, I'm going to invite them to come forward and give us a brief look into the issues and what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank each of you for allowing us to be here today. I look forward to it. It's been a pleasure over the years to work for the Corpus Christi community, and listening today to the discussions on water and how important it is, and brings back memories of some of the first projects that I worked on for the city, which was the debt deferral for Choke Canyon during the drought period, the permits for the Mary Rose Pipeline, and the hardest project that I've ever worked on in my career was the original Packery Channel project to get it open and so forth. And if you've got a couple hours, I've got a few stories to tell you about in those days. And it's fun being the institutional memory there on some of these projects. So we'll be glad to answer questions as we go along or at the end, and because we're here for your benefit and to answer your questions and so forth. With that, in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and introduce my colleagues. As Ryan introduced, when I first started working with you, the firm was Myers Associates, but it's been absorbed into Hans Scarborough. So it's been a great advantage to us and to being able to have both Austin and Washington representation and a much larger staff than we've had in past history. And Jennifer Shepard and I started working together well over 20 years ago, and she was part of the merger, and we're glad to it. But let me introduce you to David Poore. He'll give you a snapshot of the political situation in Washington right now that we'll be trying to manage for you over the next 2 years.
Mayor, council members, thanks for having us here today. I'm David Poore, partner in Hant Scarborough. Real proud to represent the city. Wanted to just kind of update the results slide here a little bit. This was sent over on Friday, and we've had some changes since then. A few of those House races in particular had not been called yet. So a little bit of an update there, but kind of generally looking at it, the House is going to, of course we know the results of the presidential election. Everybody's been paying attention to that one, and that's going to lead to a whole lot of changes in Washington, D.C., especially in the regulatory space, and I can get to that in a minute. But as far as the congressional elections go, in the House is going to stay in Republican hands, going to maintain a very close margin like we had in the 118th Congress and the 119th. A couple more of the races have been called since this slide was developed. Right now we're at 218 Republican and 212, so we know for sure that Republicans have gotten to that magic 218 number and will hold the majority. We've got 5 races outstanding still, one in Alaska and one in Iowa and a few in California. Those will likely break 3-2 Republican, so I'm predicting around a 221, 214 Republican majority in the House. Looks like what we're looking at, which is very tight. They don't like, Republican leadership doesn't like their members up on high ladders or anything because they lose a few and could really have trouble with maintaining that majority and getting through the legislative agenda that they're putting together. The Senate, which has been in Democratic control for the 118th Congress, again, a very, very close margin, 49-47 with the 4 independents, and then with Senators Sinema and Manchin retiring. Republicans did well again in the Senate elections, and we're looking at 53-45 majority with 2 independents that will caucus with the Democrats. There is one race still outstanding in Pennsylvania. Senator Casey has asked for a recount in that one, but I anticipate that will probably stay Republican, and the challenger McCormick will take that Pennsylvania Senate seat. As far as the delegation goes, we were 25-13 Republican in the 118th. We're going to be 25-13 Republican in the 119th. We've got, as most of you know, pretty well gerrymandered congressional districts here that don't tend to flip in the general election in Texas. We do have 4 new members coming in, mainly from retirements with Michael Burgess and Kay Granger. Of course, Colin Allred gave up his seat to run against Senator Cruz and lost. And then Sheila Jackson Lee, Sylvester Turner from the Houston area, longtime state rep, former mayor of Houston, will be coming to Congress. He says just for 1 term, so we'll see how that goes. Incoming President Trump has gone, right to work on his appointments. I'm kind of updating some of the key appointments that have come in the last few days. To add to this, we've got Attorney General Matt Gaetz and Defense Secretary Hegseth are probably the 2 that are a little shaky, that may have some trouble getting through confirmation in the Senate. The rest of them will probably do fine. Interior, which is EPA, so that's an important agency. Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, got that appointment. Department of Transportation, former congressman from Wisconsin, Sean Duffy, got that one. HHS, Kennedy, RFK Jr. Got that. And just today, a couple came in with Department of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, a financial services CEO, and Chris Wright, an energy CEO for Department of Energy. So the cabinet is coming together, rounding out, but they've got to get some of those folks through, and I think the incoming administration will be making those Hill visits on the Senate side over the next week or 2 to try to smooth over some of the concerns with some of those appointments. What does it all mean, for the 119th? Well, it means consolidated control. White House, both chambers of Congress. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. There you go. You know, what we anticipate is a lot of deregulation. You know, they're going to dismantle a lot of the Biden administration policies on immigration, energy production, permitting, you know, inflation reduction. The Inflation Reduction Act was a large piece of legislation that had a whole lot of clean energy type grant monies and things like that that could get undone. And then, of course, on the trade side, tariffs will be what we're looking at there. Incoming presidents expressed a desire to form a Department of Government Efficiency, and he's named Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to handle that. But as I said, you know, deregulation, they'll do what they can through rulemaking and through executive order, and then we'll have to look to the Congress and the Republican majority to carry out the rest of that agenda next year. But we do have another couple weeks here in the last month and a half or so of 2024. We still got the FY25 appropriations process to consider. And you know, there's a lot of uncertainty about how that's going to shake out. I think the appropriators have done a lot of work. Both Republicans and Democrats would like to see an omnibus appropriations bill to kind of clear the deck, get the FY25 bills get them put to rest, and so that that's not waiting for the new administration and new Congress. Others in the Republican caucus say, no, let's pass a continuing resolution, get into next year, and let the new majorities impact that. If I was betting, I would say that would be the latter, not the former, and they will probably just continue FY24 funding into March and then let the new team deal with it. There are a couple bills that have to pass and will pass, and that's the National Defense Authorization Act and the WRDA bill, the Water Resources Development Act. That's the authorization bill for Army Corps projects, so that's another one that's real important to this area. Looking ahead to 2025, the Congress has got to renew the 2017 tax cut bill that President Trump pushed through the first time. Everybody's wondering how that's going to be paid for, and a lot of ideas are being kicked around about you know, perhaps food stamp cuts, Medicaid cuts, social services, things like that. So we'll be watching that. And then it's a highway bill year, so we've got a surface reauthorization bill that'll be under consideration that will, in all likelihood, slip to 2026, but that'll be another really important one and something that Jennifer and Larry and I will be working on for all three of the new interstates that we have coming to Texas, I-69, I-14, and then I-27 in West Texas. So those are some of the big ticket items we're looking at right now, but you know, you never know. It's kind of a moving target, and we're looking at the appointments and what we can learn about the agenda and start to think about how we can help Corpus next year and the rest of this year. Jennifer Shepard's going to. Oh, Ryan's next. Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. And so with that, we'll go ahead and start the conversation on the policy consideration matrix, which is that area. It's a fancy term for sections 1 and 2 of the resolution, calling it that because they're general statements on positions that help staff navigate when a policy issue isn't expressly spoken to in our resolution, and they're identical in the federal and state agendas. This language is largely consistent with the resolution that was adopted 2 years ago. So just to generally go through it, obviously the city supports the furtherance of local control, legislation and funding that would protect and enhance city revenues or reduce and eliminate costs via unfunded mandates or other things like that on the city. And we support legislation that provides increased educational opportunity or job creation. So if it helps entities that create jobs here locally, we want to be in a position to support that legislation. Regarding opposition, there will be a tremendous amount of you've talked and you've heard for a long time about preemption, and so much of this speaks to anything that would nullify or undermine the actions that City Council has taken on our charter, our ordinances, our master plans, resolutions that you've passed. Your ability to regulate or determine things on growth and development We have continued to oppose unfunded mandates, things that undermine the principle of home rule or result in a loss of revenue or negatively impact the growth of the city. So in the express priorities, we're going to start, and this is not every plank in the resolution, so I would encourage council to look through that resolution and please let us know if there are things you specifically want to know more about or want to discuss. But we do want to highlight things that are either new, we're proposing to modify, or things that will be of substantial conversation either in DC or in Austin. On the military communities or support for military communities, we have had some recent success in Congressman Cloud proposing amendments to the NDAA, which David just went through. It hasn't passed yet, but we do expect it to pass as a must-pass piece of legislation. And in fact, the 50-50 rule, you'll be interested to know, which is a rule that requires Army depots on the organic base to obtain 50% of the workload generated from that repair work, was started right here in Corpus Christi. Congressman Ortiz was originally put that language into place to make sure that Corpus Christi Army Depot got its fair share of workload, because the Army depots are run on a business standpoint. They have to have workload in order to support workforce. So Congressman Cloud actually got a study done of that and proved that Corpus Christi is not getting the workload it should have gotten. And so putting additional pressure on the Department of Defense to make sure that our folks out there on base are doing that. And the 180-day prohibition on rehire is a rule that prohibits them at present from being able to immediately employ folks who have retired from the military, which is a great advantage, and that's actually a priority identified by Army Depot leadership, that they need that ability to bring people with that ingrained knowledge directly into their workforce on a quicker base. We do want to call out specific funding priorities for the Child Development Center and military housing. We know that council has supported the Sinatra House, which was significantly important to keeping command leadership here local. However, the military housing for enlisted unaccompanied individuals has been demolished out there on base, and there's not an immediate replacement. And so we know that is a real need. And so solving these two things obviously improve the quality of life on the military base, but help sustain that installation out there should any future rounds of BRAC be proposed. And then there is a program similar to DIAG, which is council's very familiar with, called the DCIP, or Defense Community Infrastructure Program, where the staff is looking at it currently. It has a lot of upside to it because it could provide 70% grant funding for community infrastructure outside of the wire, which is our infrastructure that we own. It has to have some nexus of benefit to the military, but there's certain parameters in which we, like the city, for example, would have to provide 30%, which can make on a multi-million-dollar project kind of difficult to work with. And so we'd like to see some additional flexibility in that program to make it easier to utilize. On environment and utilities, this language mirrors that in the state. Obviously, pursuit of water supply sources continues to be a priority. We want to make sure we support funding and legislation. In fact, the team, as a part of the Chamber of Commerce's CC to DC trip, visited with the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers in pursuit of our project and other projects like it. The availability of federal grant funding helps the ratepayer. And so we want to make sure that those opportunities exist and are maximized where possible. And then we know that the EPA has proposed and rolled out new lead and copper rules and PFAS rules, and so monitoring those, as those may have a significant financial impact on the city of Corpus Christi. On homelessness and affordable housing, this language is consistent with that which was proposed 2 years ago, with some clarifying language on the name of the home program. And we are proposing to add the IRS Section 42 low-income housing tax credit program. These programs, the Section 42 had $1.4 million appropriation to our region. And so it was a critical program in providing affordable housing options. We'd like to see that increase so that way we can go deeper into our income targeting and provide even more affordable housing. The Home Investment Partnership Program is what allows us to do small home renovation grant programs and things like that. There was a recent budget proposal to cut that program by 50%, which would have led to a loss of over $500,000 for the city of Corpus Christi. And so we're interested in keeping that and maintaining that. On education and economic development, what I would propose to add is language regarding legislation that would restrict public beach access, and writing this in such a way, because council has taken the initiative to put protections in our charter and in our ordinances to make sure the public maintains beach access. I've talked with the National Park Service superintendent. They assure us that there's no consideration on the federal property of changing that, but we do have a group of concerned constituents who have come to council very recently and voiced that concern about the possibility of it in the future. And so I felt like it would be a good solution to put that and make clear to the community that this is a consistent priority for the city of Corpus Christi.
Ron, are you going to delineate the difference between the public beaches, which are now open to the general public, and the federal seashore control?
I wasn't necessarily planning on doing so in the hopes that all access would be consistent, meaning that our charter speaks to our public beaches, right? But the federal property, I would assume it would be the interest of the city of Corpus Christi to make sure that that access is consistent. If we're granting that access and protecting that, we would hope that the federal government would do the same.
Well, that's why I think you probably should include that in your language.
Okay. Well, we can work on that.
I don't know what the rest of the council thinks, but there have been instances where we were not sure what was going to happen with the federal part, as you well know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can look at language that targets that.
Okay.
And maybe speak to both. On disaster assistance and emergency management, the council is well familiar with the challenges that happen after recent disasters, particularly around Packery Channel. And so we want to make sure that we avoid this tug of war between duplication of authority on federal agencies and slowing of relief dollars arriving to our area post-disaster. Being a coastal community, this needs to continue to be a priority. And then we have language in the state resolution that we'll get to here shortly regarding windstorm insurance. And I would like to propose adding some language regarding the federal flood insurance program. It is perennially having to be supported by Congress, which is a good thing because they're backfilling the money available to pay out claims. But we want to make sure that that program in the long term is sustainable, but obviously with the priority that it remains affordable, because that is something that is uniquely impacts community like ours. At this point, I'm prepared to answer any questions on the federal resolution if there are any, before moving to the state presentation.
Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Mayor. Ryan, thanks for the presentation. Yes, I was struck by this. You mentioned the new EPA lead rules. I've heard something about this as well. There's a study done here in town, I guess before the pandemic, so it must have been like 6 or 7 years ago, by the League of Women Voters, unofficial study looking at lead in the water system. It determined that there was no consistent evidence of lead in the water system. However, there was evidence that there was lead poisoning in Corpus Christi. We're not really sure what the source was. The study didn't indicate exactly what the source. It could have been from paint chips or something like that as well. Okay. But I'm wondering if, given this new lead rule from the EPA, if there might also perhaps be federal grant funding available to conduct studies. That'd be interesting to look at, offer this to the public, especially there's a particular zip code, as I recall. I don't recall which one now. One of the zip codes in the city where the incidence of lead poisoning was much higher than elsewhere in the city. And if it'd be possible to maybe check the tap inside the house, because again, it's not clear whether if the lead's coming from the water system, whether it's on the city side of the system. CC Water has been adamant saying no, but it also might be on the property owner's side as well. But regardless, if there's lead in the water system, even if it's coming from the lines on a homeowner's property, it'd be good to know that so they could take steps to rectify that. Ultimately, we want to get this solved. We'd like to see that lead poisoning number be at 0.
Okay. Yeah. I'd have to ask Drew in terms of the research that's been done on CCW system. I know that they're closely monitoring it, and as y'all know, oh yeah, please, there he is, the guy I was looking for.
Yep, Drew Molley, Chief Operating Officer for CCW. So we actually have reached out to the community in terms of letting them know that we have free lead testing kits. So the community is welcome to come to CCW. Like I said, we've got free lead testing kits. We've had schools come to us to obtain those kits. We're fortunate that we have not had a lead problem in the city of Corpus Christi. When we do change outs of lines on our lines, we check for lead. We have not seen lead. Not to say that there could be some lead somewhere, especially on the private side, to your point. So we want to make sure that the public has those lead test kits available if they want to use them.
So they should contact you?
Yes, they can reach out to my department. They can reach out to me. They can reach out to, I can provide you with a better contact if you want to have them reach out to our laboratory does lead testing samples, so they can reach out to the lab as well.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you.
Sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I guess one of the biggest concerns we have is obviously our military bases, which is our #2 employer in the city. So that obviously that's a big concern for us with the federal government. Are there any members of the Armed Forces Committee on either the Senate or the House committees?
From the Texas delegation?
From the Texas delegation.
No. You want to speak to that?
Yes. We work extensively with the congressional delegation members from El Paso, from Texarkana, who also has an Army depot, and cooperation with Congressman Cloud and so forth. So we actually helped start the staff depot caucus in Washington, working with the congressional staff of members on the Armed Services Committee to try to broaden our reach as much as possible.
Well, on the Army side, that's one thing. But what about the Navy side? I mean, this area only has the naval bases that are in Texas. So I know we made a lot of effort to try and keep the flag officer here through paying for the flag officer's house that is on base. But I mean, if you've actually visited our base, you know, some of those buildings are from the 1940s and haven't been touched since, right? So you know, obviously we're not getting our share of funding for the base repair and maintenance, and we're having to do a lot of that. And I don't think the DSIP is what part of that is, but how is it that we can make sure that we have representation on the Armed Services Committee, whether the House or the Senate, and is there anything we can do?
I've actually talked to additional members of the Texas delegation, asking them to switch over to Armed Services Committee. Right now, let's keep that confidential because that's inside baseball that I'm not supposed to be playing.
It's right here on the internet.
And because we have 15 military bases in the state of Texas, and we need much more aggressive. I've talked directly to Senator Cornyn about this one-on-one, about how we need a stronger arm in Washington for our military bases. We've met with the Congressman Cloud last year and suggested a resolution which he actually got included in the National Defense Authorization Act that David mentioned and Ryan mentioned, that required a study be done of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi on the infrastructure needs. Even though that bill has not become law yet, that study is already underway, and it's brought forth exactly what you've said. We are way behind on housing and way behind on our not only military housing, but our warehouses and so forth. So we're very pleased that that study has proven what we've been whining about for a long time. We meet with the Army and the Navy every year and go through some of these concerns. We've met with the Chief of Naval Installations both of the last 2 years and made these points and so forth. A challenge that we have is because of the size of our military base. There are larger bases that have equal problems. The military has been strongly underfunded in recent years, and they've been pushing money toward the warfighter, frankly more to the Air Force than they are the Army. and the Navy portion of the budget, more of it's going to ships rather than aircraft. And so that's a priority thing within the Pentagon that we whine about and continue to push. And your point is well taken, and we need to continue to work on these things like this. We've made a point and gotten lots of extra credit with our meetings in the Pentagon and the Navy Yard because of the effort this community has put forth for a new house for the Sinatra. That is a point of competition between us and Pensacola. The Sinatra was in Pensacola. We launched a campaign in the early 90s to move it here. That happened, and we need that house completed as soon as possible. I had a meeting last night with Leah Oliveira, who's been kind of quarterbacking some of that, and she thinks it's back on track. You'd be surprised how hard it is to give something to the military.
No, I'm very familiar. As a former naval officer, I understand exactly what you're referring to. And we're kind of the last on the totem pole here at a training base. Obviously, you have your overseas assets that get everything they pretty much request, and then you have your operational services bases like Norfolk or San Diego that get mostly what they want, and then you get the training bases that get nothing. Or what's left over. So it's, I understand what you're saying. That's why I said if we have any ability to lobby specific members of Congress, or if we have anybody from the Texas delegation to help protect our bases here locally and in Texas. And then whatever we can do as council members when we have our day in Washington to meet with those congressmen or senators, be more than happy to do that.
That's very welcome, and we need that. One other point to yours, in our DAG program, which this community invented, conceptualized, and worked through it all, and that's when I first started working with the Snapper car on the development of the DAG program. So Snapper and I go back a long way, and in the difficulty of giving support to the military and tracing down the last approval process we were trying to do for Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, there were 13 sign-offs within the Navy before they would accept our gift. We met with the Chief of Naval Installations last year and made that very point, and he turned to his staff and says, we're going to change that. So we presented language to our Texas delegation, and the language ended up in the Senate side of the National Defense Authorization Act to direct a study within the Pentagon on increasing or making it easier to accept gifts from other government agencies, in this case the state of Texas, so forth. So we're hoping we're taking a step toward helping solve that problem. Maybe you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to answer your kind of direct question, council member. Right now we have 4 Texans on the House Armed Services Committee. Unfortunately, none really from this region of the state. Ronnie Jackson from Amarillo, August Pfluger, who's Midland, Odessa, Pat Fallon, who's up near Texarkana, Congresswoman Escobar from El Paso. And then, also important is appropriations. We do have some stronger Texas support on the Appropriations Committee, including Congressman Cloud, not the Defense Subcommittee, but there are some opportunities there to lobby those folks.
Okay, thank you. One last question on, obviously we're a coastal community subject to hurricanes, and do you do any work with the National Flood Association or any other organizations that assist with the flood programming?
We have historically been members of, and I got to remember the exact name of it, I think we call it out in the Coalition for Sustainable Flood Insurance, but I'd have to check on that other one that you're speaking of.
Well, I'm more interested in federal grants that help us with,
for infrastructure
for infrastructure purposes. It's nice to have an insurance organization, but that's not my concern. Is we need to build the infrastructure that's needed, and we just did a big step here recently by assigning sales tax dollars to flood mitigation, right?
Right.
So, but we can leverage those tax dollars for grants elsewhere. So that's what. Also looking at some opportunities there. So that might be some marching orders for you guys, help us try and get those grants or pointing us in the right direction for flood mitigation programs that we can leverage whatever dollars we have internally to get those grants. whatever that may be. And I don't know the questions to ask associated with that. But again, I think it's important for us as a coastal community that is susceptible to these things to do as much effort as we can to get those whatever funding we can.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that there's new flood dollars available through the Water Development Board and that process that was set up by the legislature, but I think grants in particular. Yeah,
right?
no, I know.
So we're
I know.
going federal.
I'm just saying, absolutely.
Federal
yes.
first, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we can maybe look at also adding that, because I think there's probably consensus on council to pull down any grant dollars that would be available.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Ryan, what slide did you leave off on? Did you go back to the slideshow?
Right there.
14,
yes,
okay. Let's see. Nope, you hadn't got to my question yet. So.
Okay. Okay, yes, sir. All right.
I just would make one comment along with the discussion that was going on here. Our military task force is quite heavily involved in all that we're talking about here. And,
absolutely.
And whatever we need to do to strengthen that relationship, we take it. I know the mayor serves on that, and so we need to make sure we stay on top of that.
Yes, sir. We're a founding member and one of the core funders of that task force, and does do important work. So we're looking every day to see how we can expand on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. With that, we're going to move, if there's no other questions on the federal resolution, we'll move to the state. And I'm going to introduce the folks who are here with us in the room, who probably have been here a number of times, so they may not need an introduction, but for this purpose, Snapper Carr, who's a partner in General Counsel, and Lindley Hurd, who are joining us here today. And they're going to obviously give us the same kind of snapshot of the situation in Austin and how that might impact city operations.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, Mayor and Council. Snapper Carr, partner in General Counsel with Focused Advocacy, and I would echo some of the comments that Larry started with. It's an honor. We've had the privilege and of working with the city in some form or fashion since the late 90s. So a lot of issues, a lot of things that we're real proud of, and have enjoyed getting to work on with y'all. The military issues being one of them, and we'll talk about that a little more as the presentation goes on, but definitely something that we get to coordinate amongst the lobby team with the state and federal efforts and the overlap that we have there. You know, as Larry pointed out in the federal elections, y'all know some of the headline topics that occurred. We're still waiting to see a little bit of the impact of the overall elections, and particularly in our Texas House of Representatives. As expected, we didn't have a whole lot of partisan shift, big swings either direction, played pretty stable. That said, with an asterisk, you all, of course, picked up 2 of the 3 partisan shifts that occurred in the open seats, in 1 open seat and 1 challenge. Of course, in the House, there were 2 pickups from Democrat-held seats that were open that switched to Republican, one being here with your state rep-elect Villalobos in the Abel Herrero seat, the other being a partisan switch from the seat that Chairman Tracy King from Uvalde retired, and the former mayor of Uvalde is rep-elect as a Republican in that seat. So there's a +2. That brings us to 88-62 for the partisan split in the House. There was a contested race, which also, again, affected y'all and will cause a lot of name consternation in reading of the Senate rolls, with Senator Adam Hinojosa being elected over incumbent Senator LaMantia. And so a +1 pickup for Republicans in the Texas Senate brings it to 20-11, which from a procedural standpoint is a bit significant. That puts you to a threshold that gives you the majority level. As most of y'all that watch or have watched the Senate, it's also very well run by the Lieutenant Governor, who's very involved in that process. So this gives the Lieutenant Governor a very significant Republican majority over the body that he will preside over. And again, you all, of course, were impacted with 2 of those 3 changes in your delegation. As we talked about, the ongoing discussion of the speaker's race in the House is not settled. That is an election of 150 members. Of course, the current speaker and incumbent Dade Phelan withstood a very significant challenge to his reelection. He prevailed in. He is running for speaker and has indicated that he wants to retain that gavel. There are challengers. December 7th, the Republican caucus is set to meet in Austin with the stated agenda item of attempting to endorse a candidate speaker or a candidate for speaker. David Cook from the North Texas area is the current kind of identified challenger. We also have a Democrat that has filed. We've had 2, but one has since pulled back, and Representative John Bryant from Dallas is a stated Democrat challenger. A lot of activity will occur around that December 7th meeting, and we hope that it lends some clarity to the direction, because it does have a tremendous impact, obviously, not just with the flow of legislation, but the makeup of committees. Regardless of who is speaker for this next 89th legislative session, we're going to have at least 11 new chairmen based on retirements and/or defeats in their elections. And so that's a significant number. We're going to have upwards of 35 plus new House members. That's also a big class. So the House is unsettled. The Senate is going to be pretty stable, if you will, with regards to kind of the governance structure that's in place now. You might see some committee makeup changes and shuffling, but overall, even the chair structure generally will stay the same there. So that is what we'll be looking at, and some of those things will not be resolved until potentially all the way up till the first day of session when that House Speaker election occurs. As y'all noted, y'all have a very some new members, of course, but you also have a very veteran committee or veteran delegation that serve on very significant committees. Of course, Chairman Todd Hunter in House State Affairs, Chairman J.M. Lozano with Urban Affairs, and serving on other substantive committees. And then Senator Hinojosa is Vice Chair of Finance and Vice Chair of Redistricting, serves on 3 other substantive committees, and he's widely viewed as a very significant member in leadership to work, and he's put in very substantive roles. So y'all are well represented. I expect that you will see good placement of your newly elected Senator, Adam-elect Hinojosa, in the structure. Like I mentioned, the Lieutenant Governor gets to make those appointments, and will be the one deciding that early in session. And then your state rep-elect, some of that will depend on the makeup of, again, the speaker's race. But I would expect that you all will continue to be well represented on the committees of importance to y'all and have significant veteran input from your delegation to go along with some very notable new additions that will be a part of it as well. I'll hand it back to you unless there's a question.
Councilman Hunter.
Before you leave,
Yes,
Snapper,
sir.
thank you. Thank you for the update. And I guess we're going to be referring to them as the Senator Hinojosas.
Yes.
Hinojosa senators. You mentioned the speaker. Is there a concern that Phelan will not be speaker? Is there a likelihood that he may not reclaim that position?
I certainly couldn't tell you what a likelihood would be. I mean, what we have is clear facts. We have a challenger We have a Democratic challenger, and we had multiple challengers. And it's not this isn't a secret, so I'm not talking out of school here. I mean, the Lieutenant Governor would like to see a new speaker as well.
Sure.
And has been very vocal about that. He obviously doesn't get a vote in the speaker's race, but certainly with the election outcomes and some of the things, it's an open, I mean, there is a challenge.
Gotcha.
So, hopefully.
That's plenty. I don't want to put you in a bad spot.
No, it's
serious. I haven't been following it as closely as I usually do.
Yeah, and I would say this, there's 88 Republican House members in the caucus, and it'll be, I'm sure, a very vigorous debate amongst those members on December 7th.
Thank you.
All of us would hope for some clarity at some point, because it does greatly impact, obviously, all these subject matters that we're going to talk about. So, big meeting on the 7th, and I suspect that we'll have some news in and around all of that time period.
I think there was just another appointment. Dr. Oz. Did you see that? I thought it just, Dr. Oz is on the cabinet.
All right, we can go back to the presentation.
I didn't know that.
Perfect, thank you. So you saw on Snapper's slide, but obviously there's going to be a tremendous amount of discussion during the legislation that is really a continuation of what the legislature's been looking at for multiple sessions regarding local decision making. And so the next several slides are language that really hasn't changed, and I haven't proposed to change in this new. This was what council approved 2 years ago, and I think it's just important and relevant today as it was then. And so I'll go through those quickly, but in the effort to preserve local decision making, we propose that council opposes state preemption of authority that protects residential neighborhood homeowner property values. And we've talked about this a little bit, particularly when it comes to development reform and any limitation on a local council ability to determine zoning and permitting and those things. Opposition to municipal authority, eroding municipal authority related to development services, and those authorities listed therein. On the continuation of that, obviously making sure that local councils have the tools in the toolbox you need to be able to do, and those decisions can be decided here locally. There has been quite a bit of legislation already filed regarding revenue, debt, and the ability of local authority to deal with bond and referendum ballot language. And so that's going to be one that will be very hotly contested during this legislative session. And then continuing the ability of cities to be adequately compensated for right-of-way and our ability to maintain these teams here that help us communicate. We know, as I already stated, over 1,400 bills filed on the first day. We'll see thousands of bills filed by the deadline period. And with the legislature moving in 140 days and Congress equally as fast on certain issues, we have to have the ability to have folks in town who are appropriately advising us. Mayor and council have an obligation to be here in the community working on local issues. And so it's important that we have these folks who can represent and ensure we have a voice at the seat of the table, because these agendas guide their actions, and therefore they're an extension of you as the council and the city as an organization and representing our community's values in Washington, D.C. and in Austin. The language on the Port of Corpus Christi is language that, again, was proposed 2 years ago. And, I know that there will be a discussion about, we heard some about this when we went to the State of the County for San Patricio and heard from the priority of their county judge and what they'd like to see done with that. This is the same language that essentially requests that our voice when it comes to the appointments of the Port of Corpus Christi's commission remains the same. And I would assume that also speaks to the percentage of voice in that, if that balance were to shift in any way via the legislature, and that the port operates within its authority to focus on navigable commerce. And so there's a question already, Mayor.
That's what the question was.
Councilman Pusley.
So that being said, should we not, and I don't know how you're going to put this language out, but should we have more clearer language on what our position is with respect to expanding the port membership?
You know, it's interesting how it would.
Because you can't expand it by one.
You can't expand it by one because it gives you an even number, right? And you won't have the vote you need or the balance you need to take determining votes.
Where does the other one go?
To the city of Corpus Christi, sir. Why would you even ask?
Well, there may be a difference of opinion on that.
Yeah, I recognize that. And I think that is logistically one of the conversations we need to have. I mean, I think the way that I interpret that first statement is obviously council's intent to make sure that we keep that representation. And
well, we were pretty clear on that last time, so I would think we would want to be just as clear this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, if we need to work on specific language, depending on what it looks like, but I appreciate the expressed intent on that.
We pay you to make money.
Understood. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay. All right. Public safety, which actually there was no language in our previous agendas off federal or state regarding public safety in prior years. And so I felt that was kind of odd considering the nature of city work and how important police and fire are to the core functions of the city and the obligations really of the city and our fixed costs associated as a city. And so we met with the command staff for both fire and police to determine kind of what their priorities are and wanted to bring those to you. So out of those conversations, grant funding is far and away very uniform across both departments. There are growing obligations that as emergency service providers they must keep up with. There are growing liabilities that are associated with being an emergency service provider. And so anything that the federal and state government could do to help offset that would be appreciated. So that first statement is actually in both federal and state. I'm highlighting it here because there's some additional language in regards to the state legislative agenda on encouraging local governments. In talking with the police chief about police accreditation, that's very important. We're accredited law enforcement agency, and it is beneficial if our neighboring partners are also accredited law enforcement agencies. We want to make sure that there's consistent and uniform application of the law, that when we're tracking and reporting and dealing with things, we're doing it consistently. And in talking with the fire chief, one of the points that I took away from that was when there's overlapping jurisdictions, it's critically important when time is of the essence that we're showing up and it's very clear who's an incident command there. And so we would purport to add those. On military communities, there is a component, obviously with the DAG program being critically important at the state level. There's been some discussion about the dollar amount early on in just conversations with the South Texas Military Task Force. The desire is to get more than the $30 million that has been historically appropriated. That $30 million has traditionally been broken up by the commission into $15 million and $15 million over the biennium. And as great as that has ultimately led to a pretty robust competition. And even with that $30 million, even our own city's applications have missed by a fraction of a decimal point on there. And so we know that the need continues to be greater than the funding that is allowed. And given the economic impact, the national security importance of military installations, and I think just the general attitude of the legislature and this city council to support military installations, we think there'd be an appetite to increase that to allow for larger projects and more projects to be approved. On windstorm insurance, I did talk with Chairman Hunter about this language just to make sure it was in line with the task force that he and his office are leading in regards to windstorm insurance. When the topic of conversation has been around developing a statewide disaster insurance policy. And that comes from the experience that our legislative delegation led by Chairman Hunter is experiencing when the fires in North Texas have now made people abundantly aware of the policy gap that exists, or when insurance companies just leave a market. The hail in North Texas, winter storm and freezes. And so there is probably more than ever a growing appetite to see a statewide solution to disaster policy reform and making sure that there is insurance coverage available and that it's affordable. Additionally, something that came up repeatedly at our community meetings on TWIA was relocating the headquarters to a Tier 1 coastal community. We're not designating one, although I've talked to the city manager and he'd be happy to make some building space available if the state agency wanted to move its operations here. But in reality, the thought there is if the agency is going to continue to propose increases, the staff and the team there should pay the same increases that communities along the coast are going to be paying. And so we would support that in that event that that is offered or a part of that reform package. And then we continue our opposition to unnecessary TWIA rate increases. On environment and utilities, we know that this session, probably more than most, is going to be a very large water session. Senator Perry has been leading that conversation in the Senate. We're waiting to see who the House Natural Resources Chairman will be and what kind of appetite in the House there is for the proposals that have been laid out there. But myself and Esteban Ramos with the Water Department went to the Texas Water Conservation Association's meeting on public policy, and there Senator Perry laid out his vision of a $5 billion initial capitalization and then the potential of a constitutional amendment dedicating revenue. So the reality is we know that there will be a tremendous amount of funding available for water infrastructure. What we haven't seen are the final details of that, and so we want to make sure that the city of Corpus Christi is positioned to support that and make sure that in that new paradigm of water planning and providing of water supply that the city of Corpus Christi continues its role there. And then on education and economic competitiveness, there are a couple of priorities, relatively new, but we know that Texas A&M Corpus Christi has the commitment of state leaders to fund a convocation center at A&M. We have talked with, and this was brought about last session, so 2 years ago as well. And so it's OVG has looked at this, and we recognize that moving some of those events to this university's smaller convocation center would actually be advantageous for both parties. They get the home environment they want for sporting and events and graduations, and that frees up the American Bank Center for some more financially beneficial opportunities. We have talked with our folks at the airport about the possibility of a Corpus Christi aviation education campus. We recognize that Del Mar has an incredibly successful aviation maintenance program. It's enormously popular, and they have needs outside of their current facility that they have available to them. In addition, Corpus Christi, or TAMU CC's UAV program is incredibly important, and they have assets kind of around town, and we've had a conversation with them about consolidating that. I say all of that to mention the fact that the airport has FAA funding that could be available to build out an apron specific to this type of project, and we're in conversations with these entities to discuss could the state or some other entity allow them to build new facilities on this apron. And so it's really kind of a win-win opportunity. And so we're still working through the finer details. I made sure Kevin was here in case y'all had questions about that. And so it seems like a good opportunity that could be available to us as we're meeting with these entities, and they have to factor it in their own legislative priorities, obviously. And so we'll have to, that's a work in progress with them, but I would support or propose putting that in our resolution so we're positioned to act on that if the opportunity arises. And then legislation on competitive procurement for professional services. This council's heard about that for a number of years. TML adopted language on this in TML's legislative priority list, and this is largely taken from that on professional engineers and architects, allowing for a competitive procurement process. And so with that, we're ready for questions on the state resolution.
We do not have any. You did such a great job.
That's a surprise. That or everybody's tired, so.
Actually, I do.
Okay.
When's the next time we're going to be able to talk to you about this before we go up to Austin, or is this our last discussion?
No. Every minute between here and December 3rd is when you.
As a group.
as a group. So just
At council, yeah.
yeah, on December 3rd is when we'll bring the resolution back to vote on it.
Okay, December.
And
So in between now and the 3rd, any council member can speak with you and give you your thoughts on this.
Right.
This
And
was
obviously, we're going to aim for a consensus on what is here. So
Right.
we'll be working, we recognize, like I said, I would just request that council keep in mind the capacity issue that we may have here. There's a lot of really good ideas out there. I've heard some of them and talked to most of y'all about individual ideas that you may have had. And so we just have to keep that in the balance of everything, always at the top of the mind.
And there's only one Ryan.
There is only one Ryan. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Councilman.
Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Ryan, for the extensive presentation. Your comments about Texas A&M Corpus Christi, I think toward the end there, kind of jogged my memory about this. It's not on your agenda, and I don't know if it's on your radar exactly. It's really a statewide issue, but I think it is going to affect A&M. It is already affecting A&M Corpus Christi and Kingsville as well. Legislation passed back in 23, and I think back in 2021 as well, is actually hindering Texas four-year institutions, two-year institutions' ability to recruit good faculty into the state. A&M Corpus Christi faculty have told me that they've lost out on candidates that didn't want to come here to Texas because of legislation passed regarding tenure, regarding DEI as well. The consideration of an anti-CRT bill, which likely will come back again next spring, now in January 25 as well. All that, and it's hurting not just recruitment of faculty, but also research. To the tune of about $2 billion statewide that the state stands to lose, because a lot of these projects are going to go to Louisiana State University or University of Montana or somewhere else outside of the state because they don't necessarily have to choose an institution here in Texas to conduct this research, even if it's based in Texas. I know that there's one research project studying the history of curanderos in South Texas, 18th century origins of curanderos in South Texas, and that research is being done from University of North Carolina right now because they didn't want to come to Texas to do that. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I think that's all. I want to thank everyone, and let's introduce our newest addition.
Yeah, I was going to say, welcome to the team. Sarah, Sarah Anderson has joined the IGR department, and today's her first day. So I handed her the presentation this morning and said, "This is what you're delivering to council." She thought about quitting, but she's on
Sarah,
board. So.
do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, y'all. My name's Sarah Anderson. My family's from Corpus Christi. I graduated from Flower Bluff. I went to undergrad in North Carolina. I went to grad school at Texas Tech Health Science Center.
Yay.
I just did a fellowship in Missouri, providing nonpartisan research for the Missouri State Legislature. So they were like, "Hey, we have policy questions." I was like, "Oh my God, let me answer your policy questions." And now I'm so excited to learn more about local government, learn more about the city that I grew up in, and really understand the issues that when I was 15, I was like, what? So I'm really excited to be here.
Well, welcome, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, and thank you all for being here. Larry, everybody, the whole team, we really appreciate you being here and working. We're looking forward to another great session and working together, Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to go back to two items that were pulled on the consent agenda, and that was item number 7 and item number 19. Item number 7 is an ordinance increasing the Corpus Christi B Corporation's fiscal year operating budget by $221,284 for economic development services, and that was Councilman Hernandez.
Real quickly on this one, this is funding coming from Type B to pay for the economic development, and I guess there was some question, was there going to be representation to the Economic Development Corporation from Type B, or is it going to be retained with the city?
It's to the city. Yeah.
So we're having Type B pay for it, but they're not being represented on the EDC?
So no, that was the request when they came forward with it. We consulted with legal. They cannot make that demand. So city council can consider when making appointments to the EDC board to include a type A or type board member on that, but that cannot be a condition of providing funding.
Okay, so when it comes up from, how are we going to manage that? Is that going to be, are they going to nominate somebody from them to when it comes up to it, or do they just have to file individually? And can we do that with regards to, maybe you can give us an opinion on this, because Type B is not a city board per se. And so
it's by contract though, the makeup of the board.
Yes.
So it would be some kind of contractual recommendation or amendment. I mean, I would let legal speak to the legal aspects of it, but I do know it's created by contract.
Okay, so let me phrase the question here. We have board, we appoint people to the Type B board, and it's all going to be Type B after, what, pretty soon here, right?
Yes.
So now they're paying for, a portion of the EDC. Is that, how much, what is the percentage?
So that was the general fund portion. So for those.
So it's all of it?
No, we pay a total of $575,000 a year to the EDC.
So it's half of it?
A little under half, yes.
Okay, so they're paying for half of it. So we also appoint to the EDC board based on our contribution, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a situation where we would be appointing to a board and then appointing to a board from that board. Is that within our charter to be able to do that?
I think that it would be somebody who is, a person who sits on the Type A or Type B board could apply, just like for any other board and commission. I don't know if we have a charter provision that would not allow them to do that since they already sit on a board, and then council could choose to appoint them as the city's representative, one of the city's representative to the EDC board, but not as a Type B or Type A representative, I don't believe.
So maybe we can get a legal opinion on this,
Sure.
because it's convoluted. And since we're having Type B pay for this, or a portion of it from the general fund, and
well, bottom line, they can't put a demand on it, so they approve the funding through the budget recommendation. We're amending the budget for that recommendation.
Okay,
but
so
that would be something up to city.
I want to make sure it's clear, because if their expectation is that they can apply for the position, we need to make sure that we're all legally in compliance with the charter to make sure this is all possible.
Who can apply?
Somebody from Type B.
A member of Type A or Type B.
Do you see the conundrum?
So we can look into it and then get information back to city council.
If we left them with the impression that they can't make the demand, but they can apply for the position from Type B.
We didn't leave them with any of that impression, no.
So what did we tell them? That you're going to pay for this and like it? Is kind of what we told them?
We said that they could not make those demand. You could not make a demand in conjunction, a quid pro quo. They can't give money with a demand.
I understand that. So what did we tell them?
I don't think it was in question, is what she's saying. It wasn't in question. That they didn't ask.
They asked the question because they said, well, we'd like.
Well, yeah, but they told them no.
Right.
Okay.
So we just said, okay, you can't do it. So just give us some money and shut up. Is basically what you're telling me.
I don't think they put it that way.
Yeah, I don't think they said shut up. But I think it was understood. I know what you're saying, Councilman, but I think it was understood that we cannot do, or pay for this, so therefore we get a seat. That was off the table. So now it's just, we're going to fund this.
Okay,
just like they
so
do
I would still like an answer to the question.
Sure.
Can we do that? Is it within the charter between you and legal?
We need a legal
Please have an opinion on that.
Can someone on
A Type B.
On Type B
also apply and serve as a representative to the EDC as kind of since they're paying for it, but since they're on two separate boards, technically not city boards, they're separate, they're contracted boards.
Yeah.
So it creates kind of a loophole.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so.
Same bridge just crossed with the whole library mess.
Well, but the library is a city board. And so we have some specific.
Let's find out, simple enough.
So just
We're
an
going to have
opinion.
Miles do an opinion letter to the council.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilman, do you want to?
Well, I was just going to say.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. We have, Councilman Barrera had his light on as well. He had it first.
Well, he can still get his question answered, but I can move for approval, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Are we doing discussion, or, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Well, we just had discussion.
Okay, and we asked for public comment at the beginning, right, Mayor? We said, does any member of the public want to poll? So we don't need to.
Yes.
Rebecca, I'm voting aye as well.
Hey, you're there.
How long has he been?
Can we see you?
I'm driving up a mountain right now.
We have to see you too for it to count. I'm sorry.
Still absent.
But I'm glad you're able to join us.
There you go.
Let's see, Kevin.
There he is.
You're hilarious. Okay, so y'all saw it. He counts, and then here's for everybody else, please.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, the motion carries. And the second item
That's with 6
pulled
votes.
was, what was it? 19. It was 19, yes. And that was an ordinance approving addendum number 1 to lease agreement with Corpus Christi Baseball Club LP, providing type A funding in the amount not to exceed $137,260. Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Hernandez.
What does this bring?
Turn your. Go ahead.
What does this bring our total to in investment with the hooks in terms of Whataburger Field since 2005?
Since 2005? Oh, gosh, that's a, I was not prepared to go.
Okay, so back when we first had this discussion on this, and don't get me wrong, I like going to hooks, and I support them by attending games and stuff like that, but in that spreadsheet, which was provided by the CFO at the time, we had invested over $42 million since 2005, and we only collected $1,080,000 in lease expense. And as I recall, the annual lease expense still doesn't cover the cost of the insurance for the building. Is that still correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes,
okay, so I just think this is an additional to that original amount of, I think it was $1.2 million. Is this in addition to that? So it seems like this is a kind of that hole in the ocean you pour water money into, kind of like a boat, right? Is it?
Oh man, we own a bunch of them.
I know. Well, I think we need to, if we're going to be making these amendments, we need to have, we don't get any more funding from the hooks other than that lease expense. We don't share in any revenues, naming rights, nothing. So, but we do get, I guess, some tickets to the suite, right? What is the value of that?
I can't speak to that, but that is, the hooks also invest a lot of money. As a matter of fact, in the last several years, they've invested over $2.9 million into improvements of the facility, along with the ongoing annual maintenance for the facility. The city does reimburse $175,000 of that, but they spend well over that on an annual basis.
I understand that, but that's kind of like a regular commercial lease. If you lease a commercial building or something like that, you're responsible for all the HVAC systems,
Sure.
Everything associated, the build out. That's not anything that's different from a commercial lease.
But right now, the city only pays $175,000 a year of that. The rest of that is done by the hooks. And I believe the $42 million you reference, it includes the construction of that area.
Construction, interest, and the annual
the debt service for it, yes.
Right, the debt service associated with it, which I think was around $6 million, and then anything above and beyond what their contractual requirement is for maintenance.
Yeah, which is very little. We helped with the improvements for to bring it up to standards for the MLB. There's been a couple of $1 million that was granted through Type A, but on an ongoing basis, we have very little investment in it, and the hooks takes care of that.
We have it. When you say very little investment, I like how we use the word investment instead of cost. But yeah, it is a cost. So, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Well, I would just like for one to stick up for the Hooks program. I think it brings a great deal to this community. We have a whole bunch of those boats that Councilman Hernandez referred to, like swimming pools and
Water slides.
water spray up in the air gardens and all of that kind of stuff.
$10 million
Baseball fields that are run by Little League programs. I mean, we could go on and on and on and on and on. The ABC Center, the museums, all of those things have a cost, but the Hooks organization brings a great deal to this city. The decision to do that was made several years ago. How was it originally funded? Through sales tax?
It was through the Type A, when the original Type A sales tax were approved, there was a portion of that was for
And
economic
what percentage of
development.
sales tax is paid by people who don't live here?
About 30%.
About 30% gets paid for by people who don't even live here. So
That's correct.
it's a great program, and I, for one, think it's a asset to this city, and I'm glad it's here in our city. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Dan already made it, you got a second? Second.
Okay, very well said, Councilman. Councilman Hunter.
Just, could you bring us the numbers on the amount of sales tax generation the Hooks bring in, just so that we can weigh the difference? Thank you. I like the Hooks too.
And Mayor, can I just recognize Brady Ballard, the general manager, who's
Yes.
been with us all day. And Brady, we appreciate
Brady's here doing
the
a
work
great
he's
job.
doing to make this a top destination for the city.
Well, yes.
Thank you, Brady.
It's a huge asset to the city. Thank you for all you're doing. We have a motion second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote.
Mr. Suckley? You there?
Yeah, that was the last one.
Okay, don't hear him on that one. Oh, good, there he is. Okay. Can you give me at least a thumbs up or say yes? Say yes, okay. Oh, Ms. Campos?
But you asked for one back there.
Thinking about it? Okay. All right.
Did everyone vote?
Aye. Yeah, Rebecca, sorry.
Yes.
Sylvia, I think your supporters want you to vote aye for this. Yeah.
Vote no. That'd be good.
Just what you said there.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.